Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome along to the second day of this workshop. This session today is on recent advancement in nutrition and dementia, and we have 4 speakers. One in person, we've got one online, and we've got 2 recorded videos today. So it's my pleasure then to introduce our first speaker of the session, and that is, just let me get my, Linda Weber. So Linda is from the Institute for Biomedicine of Aging in Friedrich Alexander University, Erlangen-Nuremberg, Germany. And she's a member of Dorothy Volkert's group. And she's going to present the guideline on nutrition and hydration in dementia from ESPEN. So thank you, Linda.
Thank you. Yeah, it works. Thank you, Claire, for introduction. Yes, it's a pleasure for me being here now, and thank you for the invitation. Today, we start with the update on the guideline on nutrition and hydration in dementia. Just for the morning, a short introduction into dementia in general. So I think we all, or most of us all, are aware that it's a devastating disease, a progressive cognitive decline, and it presents a high burden to all persons involved, so the patients, the families, and the societies as well in general, and females are more often affected than males. And prevalence is increasing with age, with a high increasing rate of prevalence expected in 2050 of 16 million people in the EU countries. So just before I start with the guidelines, to be remembered that there are 3 broad levels of severity that are addressed in the guideline. This is why I mentioned these here. It's the first stage, it's early dementia with only memory loss and disorientation. And the second one is mild to moderate dementia with marked loss of function in instrumental activities of daily living. And the last stage, severe dementia with marked communication difficulties and reliance on others for basic activities of daily living. So a high dependency and a high burden to persons affected and all the persons around. So the nutritional problems in dementia are very diverse, together with decreased intake on the one hand and increased requirements on the other hand. And all problems are in association with the stage of dementia. So with the preclinical phase, only loss of smell, taste, and appetite. And as we heard yesterday and talked about it, weight loss is already present in most of the cases. And then increasing nutritional problems with the stages, so early disease stage and final in late disease stage with a high risk of malnutrition. So most of the people with the severe dementia are malnourished and show dehydration. So I think this one we already have seen yesterday, the vicious cycle of malnutrition and dementia, together with age-related changes leading to intake decreased and requirements increased. And so enhancing weight loss, nutritional deficiencies, and leading to frailty and sarcopenia in addition to the dementia-associated problems and comorbidities. So nutritional care and support should be an integral part of disease management, and the central questions addressed in the guideline as well is which interventions are effective in maintaining adequate nutritional intake and nutritional status of persons with dementia, and is supplementation of energy and or specific nutrients able to prevent further decline or even correct cognitive impairments? And in which situations is artificial nutritional support justified? So the previous guidelines published in 2015 covered many of these questions, and now we had an update this year published by the group. It's the guideline development expert group is consisting of 10 experts from 8 countries, and there are nutritionists here. My boss Dorothy Volkert in the front, and so I'm very happy to present now on behalf of her the update on the guidelines. This is the publication to it. The general methodology was advanced in comparison to the previous guidelines. I only would like to strive these here. So it's more evidence-based grading of recommendations changed, and the consensus process is all stated in the general principles for ESPEN guidelines. Following these, the update, what is new now this year? I think one of the main steps is that hydration is included now in the guidelines. So it's guidelines on nutrition and hydration in dementia. And the second one is, beside the general parts of a guideline, that recommendations are divided into an institutional level and the individual level, resulting in many more recommendations in comparison to the previous one. The previous one consisted of 22nd recommendations, and now we have 40 recommendations. So as you would expect, it's much more in detail than the previous recommendation. And so as I have only limited time today, we cannot go through all recommendations, but I would like to provide an overview of the updates and where details are found necessary to present. So we start at institutional level. First point is quality and assurance. So a nutritional care concept and standardized operating procedures are required, and starting from food procurement and distribution and preparation, cooking, everything, all the whole process until the foods come to the table, I would say, and the monitoring, screening, and the assessment. So it is recommended to provide written concept for all these processes and systematic screening and nutritional assessment, as well as strategies to prevent and treat malnutrition and dehydration. The staff should be sufficient qualified staff and education on nutritional care issues. You see here the B, this is one of the issues I have to mention in general terms. We have the grades of recommendation in A, B, 0, and the GPP, the good practice points, and most of the recommendations are for good practice points. So we do not have the evidence for an grading A or sometimes only B. The environment should be a functional dining room. This is added to the guidelines, and the atmosphere that stimulates eating for these patients, especially very important, of course, to stimulate appetite. So the catering should be attractive, individually tailored food and fluids with choice, especially regarding the consistency and the texture of foods. So we go to the individual level, where we have many more recommendations now, 33 recommendations only for the individual level. Overview is screening, assessment, monitoring. This is the whole structure of the recommendation. So it covers really all aspects with strategies to support oral nutrition and hydration, oral nutrition interventions, enteral and parenteral nutrition and hydration. And the last one of the new one, is the individualized multidisciplinary multi-component approach, which is obviously very important in dementia. So we start with screening, assessment, and monitoring. So now it is recommended that screening for malnutrition and dehydration with validated tools, starting from diagnosis, and independent of other diagnosis, or if the patients at this stage are already malnourished or perhaps overweight or obese. Independent of that, the screening should be performed. And then following that in regular intervals, e.g. every 3 months is recommended now in the guideline, despite, but in more often in case of any changes of the health status, of course. Then there's newer systematic assessment, individualized intervention recommendation, and routinely monitoring of body weight. So we have 2 steps, I would say: the screening in general for malnutrition and dehydration, and the routinely monitoring of body weight per se. So this is the same as for the screening. It's recommended to measure body weight monthly, but in case of any weight loss, even it's really very low, it should be measured or assessed once a week. Next one is the assessment of individual habits, preferences, abilities, and behaviors, which is very important to provide an adequate nutritional support to the patients, individualized for the individual preferences and behaviors, and cultural aspects as well, of course. So we go to the strategies to support the oral nutrition and hydration, how we can do that, or it should be performed. So the first step is to identify the causes of malnutrition and dehydration. So there are recommendations to identify these as far as possible. And dietary restrictions should be avoided in general for patients with dementia. And the medication review by qualified practitioner to minimize adverse effects on intake. And the one that are highlighted in red are the recommendations that are new as a separate recommendation. And you see here in gray the previous recommendations from the previous version. So the social support should be provided in shared eating and drinking occasions, which we talked about yesterday, that it's very important to have the adequate occasion for food intake and not to eat alone, for example. So this is one of the points to improve quality of life for them. Nursing support can be provided by healthcare professionals and by informal caregivers. It's important for individualized assistance during eating and drinking occasions. And the new ones are frequent offer of drinks, additional snacks, and or finger foods should be provided. Eating, drinking utensils, even if needed, should be present for the patient so they can get them on demand. Training to maintain or improve eating and drinking ability, and routine oral care. So with routine oral care, it's meant that cleaning the teeth in general is important, because obviously many of these forget, so they need sometimes support for it or just being reminded, and dental health care as well. So dietary counseling and individual dietary counseling is very important, depending on the stage, of course, and with more positive results in the first stage or severity of dementia. And it should be provided by a nutrition expert. This is very important. And appetite stimulation. So it was no convincing evidence that appetite stimulation should be used by drugs to stimulate appetite. This is very much discussed in the last literature published. And non-pharmacological agents should not be used, as well as flavor-enhancing additives. So there's no evidence to show that you get the good results, and as well it could be even a risk for the patients for side effects. So oral nutritional intervention, how shall this be performed? And now you see it's a long list of interventions discussed, and the one in red are the new ones added to the recommendation. And here you see the grading of recommendations, where some of them are A and most B. Food and drink fortifications for persons should, with or at risk of malnutrition, to increase food intake, and the texture modification is obviously important for those with swallowing problems and dysphagia to be considered in case of dysphagia. So this is a good practice point. Oral nutritional should be used as previously published, so there's no change. And dementia-specific ONS as well. Ketogenic diet, more and more discussed in the field of dementia, and so should not routinely be used. For omega-3 fatty acids, the evidence is really high with high quality trials showing that there's no effect of omega-3 fatty acids to stop the neurocognitive decline. So it's not should not be routinely used. Sorry. Yeah. The same is for probiotics, but with an upgrade because the studies are very, very heterogeneity and the samples and the bacteria. So this is why it was downgraded to B. For micronutrients, only in case of deficiency. So this is the same as it was before, but it's highlighted again that there's no evidence for that to supply with micronutrients in general for all patients, only individualized. So enteral and parenteral nutrition and hydration is the next one. Here are no changes present, so they are all recommendations GPP, and it refers to the general point shall be only individual decision-making based on the patient's clinical nutrition and condition and the prognosis, and shall not be initiated in the terminal phase. Enteral nutrition, temporarily in mild to moderate dementia, and it shall not be initiated in patients with severe dementia. So this is one of the points that is discussed, when to stop and when to start. And here is the point that it shall not be, so with the high recommendation. The same is true for the parenteral nutrition and hydration. So temporarily in mild to moderate dementia, so stage 2 of severity, and parenteral fluids temporarily in periods of insufficient intake shall be provided. And the last one, the new one, is I think we can say something in summary of all the steps, because it's recommended an individualized multidisciplinary multi-component approach, which is obviously very needed. And so persons with dementia should be offered an individualized, multi-professional, multi-component approach to support food and fluid intake and to maintain or improve nutritional status, which is the one I would like to finalize my presentation with that recommendation. And for that approach as well, it's only GPP, but it's the best we have. So in summary, we can say that the original guideline has been significantly expanded to many more recommendations and to 40 evidence-based recommendations for prevention and treatment of malnutrition and dehydration. This is very important that this is now really get a face in the recommendation. So dehydration shall be screened and assessed. And the one I should add here now is for dehydration, it's meant the low intake dehydration. So, and it's recommended to measure it with or to assess it or screen it with the osmolality. So this is the one for the dehydration. Range of interventions available to support adequate nutrition and hydration. So it's important to maintain nutritional status, or in best case, improve nutritional status. So improve the clinical course in general and the quality of life for patients. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Linda. That was a great presentation, and I open for discussion.
Is related to dysphagia. So are there recommendations to screen also for dysphagia in addition to malnutrition regularly, and how? And the second one is about dehydration. I guess that the serum osmolality, or calculated or measured, is taken from the guidelines for nutrition in the older adults. But I would like to have your comment, because it means that you have to have some blood chemistry from the patient. So if the patient is not hospitalized, and also I know it's very debated, rely just on a laboratory test and not on clinical signs.
Thank you for the questions. For the dysphagia, it's only stated in the comments to screen for that as well, but not a single recommendation to that. So it's only included in the commentary field. And for the dehydration, yes, the screening is recommended, and by taking the plasma samples, referring to the guideline in geriatrics. And the reference range as well. So this is the point. We do not have the reference ranges for the patients in dementia. This is true. I think this is always the problem regarding the evidence, that we do not have the clinical data for the patients, for studies with control group. And this is the problem as a vulnerable group. It's really hard to conduct the studies. And it is recommended in the commentary field that, well, if you do not have plasma levels for the osmolality, you can take the calculations, but these are as well not for patients, yes, in dementia. So this is one of the gaps we really have, yeah.
Thank you very much. You mentioned something about micronutrients. Which kind of compounds you consider in this large class?
Single components and multi components as well, and the most of them were vitamin E, B vitamins. Yes, I think this, yeah. Yes, yeah, a really wide range, yeah.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is related to the pneumonia aspiration that is one of the leading cause of death in advanced dementia. And there was a very long time ago, there was a publication showing that in nursing home, for example, just putting, instead of lying down in bed, putting some pillows and keeping in the position to avoid aspiration for dementia patients was very significantly effective in decreasing lung infections and therefore death. So I'm wondering if in the multidisciplinary approach there is some position of explaining this. And the other one, just in the opposite side, I was wondering if you have also some chapter devoted to the mild cognitive impairment and malnutrition, because I'm interested in infectious disease and the role of infectious disease in dementia progression. And malnutrition is certainly one of the main factors leading to infections, and infection leading to the progression of mild cognitive impairment to dementia. And so these are the 2 points that I'm interested in.
Thank you for that. To the first point, this is not mentioned in a single recommendations, but only stated in the general commentary section indeed. So, but I think it's worth to have this in mind, to include this in SOPs, for example. So in written form for recommendations for handling with the people in the last or severe stage, in the last terminal phase, or if they have infections, pulmonary ones. So, and with dysphagia as well, I think this could be a general recommendation for them. So thank you for that. And the second one was the malnutrition, minor cognitive impairment. Yeah, this is a step before, and I think it's really worth to address these as well. In the guidelines only refer to patients with diagnosis of dementia. So this is why I started with that point. But in I think we have really a big body of evidence that the malnutrition in minor MCI plays a big role, and we can prevent that as well. So the cost
that from the geriatric point of view, it would be very, very important to come out with even some general recommendation, particularly in nursing homes, because there is no guidelines related even to this simple step of, increasing the pillows in the bed, and finding out that there are no really steps for very basic intervention like this, as well as mild cognitive impairment. I think it's very important to have a specific.
In Germany, we have a guideline for the nursing homes as well for nutrition, but I have to admit, I have to check if this point is included. I think I will check for that. And the guideline only refers to nursing homes in general and not to patient specific. But I think this is not only an issue of patients with dementia. So I will check this afterwards. But I think in the European area, we don't have the guidelines for that for nursing homes. It's only country specific, isn't it? Yeah.
And one comment about Stefan. I'm here. Nice. And about the stimulation of the appetite through flavor, stimulating the willing of being nourished. Well, I have few experience with older people, not really with dementia and so on, but stimulating also with smell, sensation before eating, like rosemary or basil or oregano can be effective. I mean, we saw that stimulated the approach to the food. And also, of course, according to the limitation in chewing, swallowing, to have something that is at least a little crunchy, not just liquid, can stimulate the repetition of the experience of eating and swallowing. If you have any experience on or if you agree that this sensory stimulation can be of help. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, I think so. The problem or the challenge for the recommendation is always the body of evidence. And so there's no real scientific body of evidence to recommend the herbs. But I think this approach, what you just mentioned with oregano, and it's included in the recommendation for the individualized and preferences and habits. So not in general to all patients it is applicable, but all to individual preferences. And it's worth to try and to enhance the appetite with herbals, with everything positive, and the texture as well. So
Okay, thank you very much, Linda. That was great. And we're going to move on now to our second speaker of the session. So very welcome online. We have Yannick Vermeuren, who's Assistant Professor of Nutrition and Cognitive Brain Aging at Wageningen University and works with Lisette de Groot. And today he's going to discuss the role of nutrition in preventing dementia.
Thank you for having me. I hope I'm clear and everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. And my slides are visual for the audience? Okay,
yes,
perfect. Thank you. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the beautiful Venice today, nor could Professor de Groot, but very fortunate to be invited by Professor Maggi for giving a presentation and also show some work of our research group in Wageningen. So I will discuss the role of nutrition in preventing dementia. These are my declarations of interest. And I would like to start with a general introduction about cognitive aging and the Alzheimer's disease continuum. So this graph, I'm sure, is familiar for most of you, if not all. So it seems that by 2050, at least 16% of our world's population will be over the age of 65. With increasing rates up to 2100, where 1/4 of the population will be 65 years or older. This graph from the United Nations World Population Prospects also shows it based upon the individual countries. And of course, this goes hand in hand with dementia onset, as it has been published recently in the Lancet Public Health. With a triplication at least to be expected by 2050, from 50 up to some 150 million of people worldwide to become afflicted by dementia, which resembles in fact about then 1.6% of the world's population. And you can see the more red the worse it will become, especially the African continent, but also the Asian world, with expected increased percentages up to 300%. This is not necessarily due to the population aging, but also to the population growth that is predicted. Now, the Alzheimer's disease continuum, in fact, relates to several stages. This is also important when we speak about nutrition and where to intervene. So it starts with subjective cognitive decline, but it can span up to more than 15 years, which you can also see here as the spatial temporal evolution of tau and amyloid in the brain is concerned before full stage dementia is reached. And in between, we have mild cognitive impairment. And nutritional studies mostly relate to healthy aged populations to study whether or not we can prevent dementia. But perhaps it's also efficient to look more into the subjective memory impairments that the elderly experience and also take into account the biomarkers of neurodegeneration. In this, cognitive resilience is a very important aspect. So cognitive resilience, in fact, relates to the resilience of the brain to counteract damage and also challenging tasks. And this is due the result of a genetic household and makeup of an individual, but also its interaction with environment. So it relates to lifestyle, of which nutrition, of course. And this is the explanation for the fact that somebody who comes to the clinic has a particular load of neuropathology in the brain, but still performs better on the cognitive test scores than another individual. And so cognitive resilience will be very important in nutritional view to explain for the fact it will follow, as cognitive aging is concerned, a more resilient trajectory with later onset as well of the accumulation of plaques and tangles due to the cognitive reserve. So this means the number of synaptic circuits you have in brain, of which you can make use of in view of challenging tasks, the brain reserve and brain maintenance. Now, this brings me to my second part of my lecture, which is more about preventative lifestyle approaches with a focus on nutrition. So recently over the summer, Jill Livingston and her colleagues did a revision of the published review in 2020 about modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors for dementia. And some additional risk factors have been added, particularly these relate to LDL cholesterol and also visual loss. So it adds up to a total of 45% now of risk factors, which you can modify yourself by means of lifestyle in order to prevent dementia. And you see during midlife from the ages of 45 onwards, especially there you can gain a lot. As diet and nutrition is concerned, though, it's not literally mentioned within this graph. It's more indirectly related to nutrition. And I think this primarily is due to the cause that we should rely mostly on observational data as nutrition in the role of preventing dementia is concerned. And it mostly seems to be associated with obesity, alcohol intake, diabetes, hypertension, and LDL. So let's hope in the next edition of this graph, maybe nutrition as such is included literally within the midlife modifiable risk factors. If we look at nutrient-specific synergistic effects, so we zoom in a bit more from nutrition to the food groups and also micro and micronutrients, it's important to stress, as also was mentioned in the talk of my predecessor, that there is a synergy in supplying nutrition or micronutrients from whole diet approaches simultaneously. For instance, you will see that there is a synergistic action of the omega-3 fatty acids and the B vitamins as such, because in order to lower homocysteine levels in the circulatory system, you are in need of sufficient levels of omega-3 fatty acids. And also for the regulation, as it seems, for the transport of fatty acids to the brain. On the other hand, if you look at antioxidants, it's important as well that they can lower the peroxidation of the neuronal membranes, for which you, of course, also are in need of a sufficient amount of DHA and EPA. Polyphenols relate more to vascular health and gut health as such, and lowering of inflammation. Whereas vitamin D also has a particular function, it seems, mechanistically speaking, in lowering the protein deposition in the brain. Now, recently we published as well a study that looked into the levels of vitamin D in 25 neuropathologically confirmed Alzheimer patients. It was more of a pilot data set. But astonishingly, we found as well an inverse association between the vitamin D status measured by serum 25-hydroxy D3 levels and CSF-A beta levels within this population. So it seems that also, and that's also indicated by Mendelian randomization studies, that vitamin D in brain really may act upon the A beta accumulation. Now, in order to see which nutrition may prevent dementia, it's important firstly to look in Alzheimer's patients at the nutrient levels. And I always refer to this study of De Wilde and colleagues from 2017, which was a collection of so far by then 116 published studies. And both in brain and cerebrospinal fluid and circulation, they found very much lower levels, as you can see here, compared to cognitively healthy elderly. And this primarily related, of course, to the omega-3 fatty acids and choline, but also to the vitamins A, B, C, folate, D, and E. It was less clear as trace elements were concerned, but it shows that there, in fact, is a nutritional shortage. And interestingly, this compromised nutritional status of micro and macronutrients seems to be unrelated to the classic malnourishments, which indeed is present in 50% of advanced Alzheimer's patients. So it potentially may precede the protein energy malnutrition. If you think of contributing factors, of course, as also mentioned just a few minutes ago, it relates to feeding behavior alterations. So this indicates already the importance of chewing, taste, and structure of nutrition. But there also are altered nutritional absorption effects present, such as leakages within the blood-brain barrier. We know that people with a genetic predisposition to Alzheimer's disease having an ApoE4 genotype also potentially are in need of higher dosages of DHA and EPA, as is currently being investigated. And you should be aware of the fact that somebody having Alzheimer's disease or pending Alzheimer's disease, in fact, is in a kind of cerebral bioenergetic crisis. This is evident on PET imaging, where you see a lowering of glucose metabolism, And potentially this can be partially covered by ketone bodies being supplemented under the form of medium chain triglyceride drinks. So there also is an increased utilization of nutrients. And the question is whether this can be met via diet alone, whether or not in addition to nutraceuticals, for instance. And this brings me to the main part of my talk about nutritional strategies in preventing dementia. Now, when I was composing this lecture, it seemed it was quite broad of a topic, and 30 minutes is not enough to actually expand upon all the evidence so far as it relates to nutritional strategies in preventing of dementia. So I tried to make a narrative tabled overview here, and you can see on the left side all nutritional strategies. Of course, evidently the Mediterranean diet, but also other plant-based diets which have been intensely investigated, like Mind diet, DASH diet, the Nordic diet, and more recently as well, the Eat Lancet diet and the modified Mediterranean ketogenic diet, or the ketogenic diet as such. For instance, the Mind diet, as I will also explain a bit more, was developed in 2015 by the belated Martha Claire Morris from Rush University Medical Center in Chicago, USA. And this is a combination, in fact, of Mediterranean and DASH diet. The DASH diet primarily composed already in the 1990s and relates more to lowering of cardiovascular risk disease. Nordic diet was also part of the original finger study. And currently also there is a study ongoing of lifestyle domains in addition to the Nordic diet in the Mind AD mini study. As modified Mediterranean ketogenic diets are concerned, the evidence is quite succinct. In 2012, for instance, we had a study in a few MCI patients and also more recently in prodromal Alzheimer's disease. So this necessitates more investigation, and currently also the brain energy amyloid transformation AD trial is recruiting. And Eat Lancet also in view of increasing the sustainability, so to say, of a diet in view of preventing dementia has been investigated based upon UK Biobank data. So these are all plant-based diets. And in green, you see as well where we have been or are involved with. And I will elaborate a few of these studies. As supplementary approaches are concerned, prebiotics, the field is quite diverse and heterogeneous. So you can think of the recently published twin study, where inulin prebiotics have been added to twin pairs of older adults. And they found some improvement there in cognitive functioning. And we're also conducting ourselves a study called PRECODE, which I will elaborate. And then, of course, you have the nutraceuticals such as Suvinate, part of the lipid diet study, but also part of our finger NL trial. There is a few evidences here and there in view of pilot data as medium chain triglyceride oils are concerned, but mostly in MCI and Alzheimer's patients, where they seem to be correcting indeed the energy crisis and also improve cognition. And finally, in view of genetic predisposition, also higher dosages of omega-3 have been investigated. And of course, high dosages of B vitamin supplementations. As such, most of the studies in this table with its key publications have had positive outcomes on cognitive functioning, apart from the MAPT trial and the B-Proof trial. But as I will explain as well, there are a lot of methodological considerations to take into account. So for now, I will elaborate a bit more, if time allows, on the MET diet, the Mind diet, and also a prebiotic study we're conducting. So the Mediterranean diet in view of cognitive functioning on a larger scale was first investigated via the PREDIMED study. And the PREDIMED study focused on older adults with high risk on cardiovascular disease. And as a matter of fact, 447 older adults were followed for 4 years, and they were giving the Mediterranean diet with 1 liter of additional olive oil per household per week, or additional 30 grams of nuts to be consumed on a daily basis. And they found indeed increased composite scores as it concerns memory, frontal cognition, and partially also global cognition. So this study from Valls-Predet already dates back 10 years ago, And I think it was one of the first evidences out there, more or less, that really showed there is something to the MET diet as it comes to preventing cognitive decline. More recently, there was a study published by Shannon and colleagues that used UK Biobank data. No more than 60,298 people were followed for over more than 9.1 years. And they calculated the Mediterranean adherence scores on a different variety of ways, so based on the MEDAS or the pyramid. And they found that in case of high adherence to the Mediterranean diet, at least some 30% could prevent, so 30% less risk on dementia has been concluded there. And it even was independent of genetic predisposition. And this is an important finding also for people that are genetically predisposed. And this actually nicely goes hand in hand with the advice put forward by the World Health Organization already in 2019, where they indeed said, and this is also published as a great recommendation, that adherence to the Mediterranean diet as such still is the best way to prevent or treat cognitive impairment. So it's based upon 1B evidence, meaning there is a moderate recommendation, well, strong recommendation based upon moderate quality evidence. The same relies to high intakes of PUFAs and also fruit vegetable intake. The evidence for vitamin D is a bit contradicting and is a bit of a lower quality evidence, as well as I already said, ketogenic diets and caloric restriction even relates to a 2C level, especially since it's mostly based upon preclinical studies in AD mouse models. Then we have the MIND diet, which actually is an abbreviation for the Mediterranean DASH intervention for neurodegenerative delay. It's developed by the belated Martha Claire Morris, and especially investigated, I have to say, in Northern American populations. As you can see, the difference between MIND and Mediterranean, I tried to pinpoint some of the peculiarities. Whereas in the Mediterranean diet, there's an advice for fruit consumption. There is none in the MIND diet, but they focus mostly on berries. Also, in particular, green leafy vegetables and whole grains are particularly advised, whereas fish, for instance, in the MET diet, it's advised to take on at least 3 servings on a weekly basis. In the MIND diet, it's only advised to be taken at least once a week. Interestingly as well is that processed food, fast food, sweets, pastry, fries, takeaway foods, they are still allowed within the MIND diet, but very moderately. So it seems that the MIND diet takes the principles away from both DASH and Mediterranean. Perhaps this diet is more applicable into a Western world, so to say. And the evidence, at least observational evidence so far, has shown that there is a 53 up to 35% reduction of the Alzheimer's disease risk in the highest tertiles and middle tertiles, as you can see here. Of interest was that the MET diet, of course, also very nicely shows a risk reduction, but only in the higher tertiles and a bit less compared to MIND in the middle tertiles. Now, it seemed to be less protective for ApoE4 carriers, and I should stress the fact we are dealing with geographical boundaries. This also was published by a PhD student of ours, Annick van Soest. You should be aware of the fact the MIND diet has been developed by Martha Claire Morris and a research team in North America. And if you look at studies that assessed MIND diet, it's primarily based on studies that related to the Memory Aging Project, so North American people. Question is whether we can apply the MIND diet as such to other countries with other dietary habits. I know that the MIND diet, well, at least in the Netherlands, we developed the MIND NL, and also in China, they have made a variation so far of the MIND diet. So this is a topic of investigation. But in general, it seemed that high MIND diet scores, that these were 7.5 years younger, it seemed, in their cognitive test scores as compared to low MIND scorers. Then there was a prospective study of MIND, because of course it was mostly based on observational and cross-sectional studies of data that were already gathered. But unfortunately, the first trial of the MIND diet for prevention of cognitive decline was negative. It was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, And it showed that after 3-year follow-up, people both having high BMI, so we're talking here of a BMI above 33, that these adhering to the MIND diet did not differ in cognition compared to those on a control diet. You can see an improving cognition in both categories of the intervention arms, but no effect in the end. Now, if we look at brain MRI outcomes, also there was nothing to be seen. Of course, the issue is here that these people did not suffer from cognitive impairment, but they had a family history of dementia. On the other hand, they also were quite obese, and additionally also with the MIND diet, there was a mild caloric restriction. So both groups lost 5 kilograms in weight. Maybe this could have confounded the study as such. And finally, I also would like to present a few of our data and ongoing studies at Wageningen University within this topic. And this is the finger NL study, the pre-code study, and some pilot data I just got from the New Age study, more related to metabolomics. Now, the original finger study performed in Finland in 2013, already 15 years, well, 12 years ago, more or less, that related to the Nordic diet and lifestyle domains, and also found improvement in cognitive functioning. Well, in the Netherlands, we now have established the finger NL study. Here you can see our now nice consortium from recently in September, and we act upon a multi-domain lifestyle approach. So in total, we have published the study design and we have the baseline data. And what we did is we recruited in total across the Netherlands so 1,210 individuals. So we are with 5 academic centers, of which Wageningen University. Each center has recruited more or less 220 people. And the inclusion criteria were age, but also they needed to have at least 3 risk factors for cognitive decline, of which 2 modifiable one and at least 1 non-modifiable one, which you can see here on this slide. Our 7 lifestyle domains, as you can see here, relate to sleep, stress management, CVR, risk management, physical activity, cognitive training. As for nutritional counseling, we make them adhere to the MIND diet. And this is all in comparison with a low-intensity intervention group for over a period of 2 years. So actually, we are more or less now here somewhere. So we are finalizing the 12-month follow-up, and we will be finished in June 25. For your interest, I also put there the baseline characteristics of the population so far, and also all the data we have gathered. So it's the primary outcome measure relates to the cognitive test battery, but we will also look more into Alzheimer's disease biomarkers, effective ApoE genotyping, and we have a lot of questionnaire data to be looked at. On the whole, it seems that indeed we have a population at risk of Alzheimer's disease, given their lifestyle habits. But the MoCA score on average was 26, which is still doable. So they did not have mild cognitive impairment. They could have subjective memory complaints though. And they were quite highly educated, I have to say. The second study, of which I am the PI, and of course Lisette is involved as well as other members of the team, is the pre-code study. It's about the prebiotic supplementation in cognitive decline. As mentioned indeed correctly before, there is almost hardly no evidence of what prebiotic supplementation can do, such as dietary fiber from nutrition, but in this view looked at from a supplementary basis on cognition. So we are recruiting currently subjects with subjective cognitive decline, and our primary outcome measure will be bold fMRI NMEC task. But we also will look, of course, to the neurocognition, metabolomics, AD biomarkers, the brain health factors, immunology, and so on. And also they will wear smartwatches. So we have 4 arms, 3 different dietary fibers provided nicely by the companies mentioned below on the slide. So we look at chicory-derived inulin, resistant dextrin, and also a seaweed-derived polysaccharide that also contains fucoidan. And we think after 6 months, well, we hope at least that we see improvement in brain MRI imaging, not on an anatomical basis, but more related to MBAC task memory performance. We also have a lot of samples, so plasma, urine, and I'm open for collaboration in view of metabolomics, for instance, should you have any ideas. And finally, I also would like to present a few of the pilot data that we just received about the New Age study. So the New Age study was already performed in 2013, and it were in total across Europe some 1,300 older adults that were adhering to the Mediterranean diet for 1 year and also got additionally vitamin D supplementation of 10 micrograms per day compared to the control group. And from the Dutch cohort, we made a sub-selection of people that were more at risk, you could say, based upon the fact they were pre-frail and also had more, or so to say, lower MMSE scores and so on. And within this cohort, we actually are currently looking at the tryptophan metabolites. So we know that tryptophan from dietary approaches is an essential amino acid. It's presently abundantly in the MET diet, for instance. And we know within the gut, the endogenous host metabolism can transform it into a lot of indole metabolites, such as EPA, which is indole propionic acid, being highly neuroprotective. But tryptophan also is metabolized into the kynurenine pathway metabolites, quinolinic acid, having both neurotoxic and neuroprotective properties. But also the hydroxylation pathway transforms tryptophan into serotonin. And our research question there is, in fact, how can the MET diet adherence in older adults firstly affect neurocognition, but also affect the tryptophan metabolites? And we measured this with UHPLC by the Edmund Mach Foundation in Italy. And we did this both in plasma and also we just got the results of the tryptophan metabolomics in feces. Also recently we did preliminary microbiota composition analysis. Now what the data shows is that in the sub-selection, we indeed saw that the ones that were from the intervention arm adhered better to the Mediterranean diet, as this is depicted with the New Age index score, compared to both T1 of the control arm and T0 of the MET diet intervention group. So this is good news. When we did a random forest classification, so I got the visitation of an Erasmus student, very bright, talented student, bioinformaticus. I'm not a bioinformaticus myself, but he did some complex random forest classification with a Baruta plot delineating the important plasma metabolic features related to the New Age index. And from that, he saw that especially indole propionic acid highlighted in view of importance and was positively associated with adherence to the Mediterranean diet. A negative association was also found with quinolinic acid. So it really seems that the Mediterranean diet, as one way of mechanistical explanations, affects the tryptophan metabolistic pathway. There was, however, if we stratify based on intervention versus control, no effect noticeable on the EPA levels, as you can see here. So again, if we combined the T1 groups and we looked at neurocognitive test batteries with EPA, we again saw that EPA was presently there and positively associated with the visual spatial ability from the neuropsychological test battery. But again, unfortunately, if you look at it this way, we did not find really an intervention effect on the visual spatial ability. I also have to stress these were healthy older adults, not suffering from cognitive impairment. And finally, we also have some microbiota data. So these are the fold change levels of microbiota composition abundancy with the volcano plot. And you can see here the positive associations with EPA. And also here you see on the left-hand side the negative associations with EPA. For now, unfortunately, it's only on the family level, but we saw that Ruminococcacea and also Lachnospiraceae and Christensenniaceae, they came back in the association with EPA, but also in view of MET diet adherence, as you can see here and again here. So we need to look a bit further, looking at the genus and also the species level to come, how these families of bacteria are associated with production, perhaps, of indole propionic acid, and also its relationship with cognitive functioning in the New Age population. Especially since EPA also has shown very highly neuroprotective properties against A-beta formation in Alzheimer's disease. And with this, I would like to make my conclusions and outlook. So On the whole, you can say that the recommendation still is, in view of preventing dementia, to prefer whole diet approaches above supplementation. Unless this may be required, based upon nutrient shortages, but you need to measure these, of course, in order to know so, or as an add-on. And I'm, for instance, specifically stressing the synergistic cumulative action of nutrients, such as the omega-3 and beta antioxidant vitamins, but also in ApoE4 genetic predisposition, more and more researchers are saying that they are in need of very high dosages of omega-3 fatty acids. Plant-based diets hold most potential in addition to high intake of fish, so related to the content of DHA. You also should know that DHA is not produced by our body itself. Only 10% of linoleic acid, of alpha-linoleic acid, can be transformed into DHA. So this really needs to come from food sources such as algae or fish. And the field is shifting more and more to a more multi-domain approach, as we see also in view of lifestyle and also in view of a multi-organ approach, such as gut-brain. But more evidence is needed still as we come to ketogenic diet, prebiotics, whether or not in combination potentially with mild caloric restriction. It's also a question, of course, what are the dosages? What are the thresholds and cutoffs of particular nutrients? We know we have nutrients for vitamin D, we know the toxicity levels and so on, but the question is, in view of brain health, are these cutoffs still the same? And then I also want to stress the fact that, well, most studies are performed in healthy aged individuals when we look at the prevention of dementia. But I believe as well that we should go more for SCD, MCI stages and see at the effectiveness of particular diets and lifestyle approaches. And finally, there are a lot of methodological considerations to consider. So what is the target population we are looking at when we are speaking about the prevention of dementia, and from which point it is effective or ineffective? The test used to measure neurocognition is important. If you are working with healthy aged individuals, I do not believe an MMSE is a good test, perhaps, to pinpoint really the very subtle changes in cognitive functioning. So it should be mostly a combination. You always should take into account the baseline nutritional status, if possible, of course. Since there is a lot of heterogeneity, genetic predispositions can also affect your results. And we didn't speak much about socioeconomic status or dietary habits, and also how a diet can be implemented in the end, and how feasible it is for older adults also to consume it. And finally, we should come to fingerprints, as I like to call them. So this is based upon a combination of blood biomarker, genetic, nutrient, and microbiome signatures to look more into mechanisms in combination with dietary assessment profiling. Thank you very much for your attention, and these are my acknowledgements.
Thank you very much, Yannick. That was fascinating and great to see the pilot data coming through with the mechanistic work. So thank you very much for sharing that. And I open up for discussion. I'll begin the discussion. In planning intervention studies, Yannick, I think one of the major challenges is that, to have any impact on disease, you need to have a trial that's maybe spans a decade or more to.
Yes.
So there's a gap there between, some of the work that's being published at the moment, showing impact on cognitive function. But what is the translation for dementia prevention? Have you any thoughts around that?
Yeah, it seems also based upon the lot of observational studies, which remain important, because there you can really look back at the follow-up of more than 10 years or so. That certainly around midlife, from the ages of 40, 45 onwards, it seems to be quite important to really become and adhere to a good nutrition for brain health. But indeed, as you mentioned, to do a prospective trial, we're now conducting the Finger NL trial, which will be 2 years. But I'm curious to find out whether we will see any improvement there, adhering to a mind diet for 2 years only. The same for prebiotic supplementation. So when we put up the pre-code study, we had a lot of discussion with the private partners who are expertised in gut health how long should we supplement? Do we expect to see already some effects in 14 weeks or rather 26 weeks? And well, studies in MCI have shown that also in 14 weeks, some probiotics already have effect. But I think due to the fact it's part of lifestyle and habit, yeah, it's undoable to perform such studies also from a financial interest and perspective for many, many years. And that's also one of the methodological flaws in nutritional studies that are difficult to cover.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming back to prebiotics,
Yes.
you used 4 different prebiotics in your
Yes,
study.
correct.
Which of these perform better?
Well, we don't have a clue. We have to say we have chosen these prebiotics based upon mostly preclinical studies. For the seaweed-derived polysaccharide, there also is fucoidan and beta-glucan included. And we know that also in preclinical Alzheimer's mouse models, there were some effects on A beta pathology. And for the inulin, there is a lot published, but it mostly related to mental health, sleep, obesity. Also in the twin study, the chicory inulin fructans have been investigated. So it's, and also in view of the dosages we needed to put forth, so we made them isocalorically. And it was important for us as well that they could adhere to it at least for 6 months. So we will see. We now have 30 people that started from the 160, and so we need. But I don't have a real preference. It's really, yeah, novel information. We need to see where it goes. But we also will monitor, of course, the regular dietary intake. So we have an idea of the regular fiber intake, which is important as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your beautiful presentation. I have just a comment, and I like to have your opinion about when Claudio Franceschi presents the data on the New Age.
Yes.
And he often says that the Mediterranean diet intervention was more effective in Italian compared, for example, to Polish. And he says that most probably there is a genetic element that could explain the decreased efficacy of the intervention in non-Mediterranean population. Do you share this view and interpretation of the data?
Yes, I share his opinion. I think that there is a large genetic predisposition. I'm not meaning about ApoE, but I can imagine that the Mediterranean diet is most effective in people living across the Mediterranean diet, being from Mediterranean origin. That's also what we see now in China. So they have looked at the Mind diet, but they have adjusted it towards their own dietary habits. For instance, in the Netherlands, we take a lot of dairy, a lot of cheese, a lot of milk. And in the original Mind diet, this was not included. And it also relates to the genetic household somebody has and its metabolic capabilities to really metabolize certain nutrients into bioactive metabolites, which may differ indeed on a genetic basis. Yes, for sure. But the brain healthy food groups, as you can say, like the effects B vitamins have in brain and also omega-3 fatty acids, that's the general basis. But related to then which particular food groups this is can vary based upon geographical boundaries, as also was nicely presented yesterday.
I have a question. You mentioned that for brain health, omega-3 are essential, right? If I understand you correctly. And between the age of 45 and 65 years old, we can identify that maybe people are lacking of omega-3, and that might be a risk for dementia or neurocognitive issues. And I understand that you prefer to have omega-3 through whole diet rather than food supplementation. So can you elaborate why? Because it's not always easy for people who do not fish or of people that do not eat Mediterranean diet to have omega-3. So why don't you want to propose supplementation? Oh, well, I see you propose sometimes, but it seems targeted, right? Can you explain further?
Yes. So people having an ApoE4 genetic predisposition, so apolipoprotein actually is the fat shuttle within the brain. So it transfers all the HDL towards the neurons and so on. And what the recent research has shown there is that the regular energy substrate for neurons is glucose. But people having an ApoE4 genotype, for some reason, seem to shift to the metabolization in their neurons to DHA. That's what they think. Well, at least I found out that some pilot studies are ongoing. So these people could be in benefit of real high dosages of DHA, like 2 grams a day. Potentially because this may counteract the neuroinflammation and also the Alzheimer's disease risk. And for those people, it's indeed beneficial to supplement. I have to admit, personally, I also eat not enough fish, so I don't think I will get my 1 gram on a daily basis of DHA. So it's indeed, depending on one's life situation, best to supplement or not. But from a Mediterranean diet adherence, it's not necessary. There you will get abundance of DHA. Of course, you also have the seeds and the nuts that provide a lot of the omega-3 fatty acids, but only 10% in our body or so transforms into DHA and EPA. So the omega-3 component is very important for the fluidity of the neuronal membranes, for synaptic composition. Our brains are 60% of fat, so that's why it's one of the main key components of whole dietary approaches. But I agree with you, indeed, it's one of the elements alongside vitamin D that are quite rare in nutritional substances. And if you don't eat these, you don't get sufficient intake, apart from the sun, which is nicely there in Venice, I see.
Would you recommend to the population to increase seeds, nuts, and so on if they don't have access to fish?
Yes, potentially,
Yeah,
indeed, that could be one way. Yeah, and also olive oil. Yeah.
And olive oil, yeah. Which doesn't contain so much omega-3, right? So it's not
No, it's a lot. It's well, olive oil in fact is a monounsaturated fatty acid. I believe a lot of polyphenol content in there as well. We recently start shifting here in our household as well as using olive oil as the primary cooking oil, and it works perfect. Extra vierge. So there are small changes possible to elicit large changes in the brain, so to say.
That's great. Thank you so much, Yannick, for a great presentation today. And we're going to move on to our next speaker. Actually, we have a recorded presentation, so we'll get that up. It's from Francesca Gianfredi, who is not here due to previous commitments. But they are an associate professor in public health from the Department of Biomedical Sciences for Health at the University of Milan. And she has specific skills in epidemiology and statistics and will present the main results from a recently published manuscript related to the association between Mediterranean diet and dementia and Alzheimer's disease, a systematic review with a meta-analysis. So we don't have Vincenza here, but Stefania Maggi, you were involved in the work and you're happy to take some questions if anyone has any discussion points. I thought it was really interesting. Sometimes we don't think about, the broader aspects of Mediterranean diet in terms of the cooking and the planning of meals, and we don't always measure that as part of our intervention. I'm just thinking about the intervention that we did with older adults.
Yeah, I think that if we go to the next video on culinary medicine, I think that Daniele will.
Okay,
will
perfect. So I will just introduce our next speaker, who is Daniele Nucci. Again, a recorded presentation due to previous commitments. And he is a dietitian with a master's degree in human nutrition and a background as a professional chef. And he's currently a health researcher at the Department of Hygiene and Health Promotion in Brescia in Italy. And his presentation is focused on culinary medicine. Okay, so we can open the discussion now to Stefania Maggi, who will take any questions around the last two presentations.
Well, let me say I'm not at all an expert in culinary medicine, but the reason why I am in contact with both Vincenza and Daniele, by the way, they are husband and wife, and Vincenza is involved as a co-chair of the development of the guidelines on Mediterranean diet. She is a very sophisticated methodologist and very, very active. So Federica works directly with her and Nicola Veronese, who is the chair of the guidelines development. And while Daniele, I think it's has a very, very peculiar, unique competence because he's both a chef, certified chef, and a nutritional. He's doing a PhD now in nutrition. Very, very deeply involved in promoting the Mediterranean diet. So my interaction with him has been actually to organize a cooking lesson for professional chefs in the hotel in Abano Terme. And the cooks were very, very happy because they said they have learned a lot. The negative, the negative aspect of these courses is the fact that he is doing this with the real conviction that forming and instructing the professional cooks to use the ingredient on the Mediterranean diet would have an impact on health and also on the economical aspect, because you could really decrease the cost of the dishes that you make in the restaurants. The problem is that of course, the owner of the 5-star restaurant where we did the cooking now are presenting to their clients. We have this very highly and respected cook who is in charge of our menu. And if you choose the Mediterranean diet menu, that is very healthy. And so you pay double the price of the other dishes. So we have to work on this aspect still, but I think he would be definitely a person who would promote the Mediterranean diet and very much interested in the public health impact that we could have. So.
Yeah. I have a comment and one question. My comment is about of Mediterranean diet cooking skills. I think there is in future I'm expecting less and less Mediterranean cookers, because of course we have less time to cook. And then, of course, the Mediterranean diet needs, particularly for specific plates, a little of time. And then, based on also my experience in China, I think is at least in big town, nobody cook anymore. So this is everywhere is delivery food. So they order, they just I don't think I think this is controversial. So this is we underline, we highlight the importance of cooking, but the real life is, I think, is probably a perspective is completely different, probably. So I think that we have to think how we can solve this problem, how we can handle this problem. My question is related to the Mediterranean lifestyle. So we have a Mediterranean diet, and then we extended interest also in cooking. This is perfect. I fully agree about this. But I'd like to know about your opinion about extending more for take care about, because the Mediterranean diet is based on vegetable. That is basic food. So what do you think about to take care about also the plants growing? So in terms of domestic horticulture, basil or rosemary and so on, so we can follow the chain from plants, cooking and the heating. So this is just because you know I am agronomist, I am microbiologist, and I'm just thinking about so this could be also style of Mediterranean diet because it's relaxing, it's helping to you know to well-being.
Well, my immediate answer to you would be that of course, I'm very much convinced that studies and activities directed to subgroup of the population, such as those with mild cognitive impairment, a cooking class would be as effective as the classes that we have on physical activities that are much more, used to be disseminated across the population, or any other activities done. This is a new area where I think there is a lot of room that we could develop and we could work together. On the other side, I think that we have, even as clinicians, researchers, microbiologists, basic scientists, we have to make an effort to switch our view from the individual to the public health point of view and to the general. So we have to think about how we can change the, for example, collective restorations or restaurants or stores, and how we can promote a decrease in the processed food and how we can increase the really a change in the approach. I mean, there is now a major network in Europe that is called Salus, I think, coordinated by an Italian guy, focusing only on what they call the primordial prevention, so nutrition, physical activity. And they want to carry on with an initiative that the CNR was actually the first trying to attempt with the Italian government to switch the vending machines products that you offer in schools, even in the hospital, from garbage food with healthier food, such as those in the Mediterranean diet. And this was not supported at all by our government 5 years ago. Now they have this network, Salus, has a better interaction with the government, so we will try through them to work. So even working on this aspect, I think, would be helpful, as well as, of course, trying to go back to some of our traditional lifestyle.
Stefania, I have a question for you. Do you think that this quite interesting experiences related to culinary sciences could be brought to nursery homes, engaging so elderly people living there?
Yeah, I think that, well, the study that Mariana will be responsible for in nursing homes, and so it's another attempt with your help on functional food, if we can show that there is a positive pattern in changing what it is already probably a good dietary pattern that we have in nursing home, but can largely be improved. And in particularly, we can have guidelines, as we were mentioning, that would help the adherence to a better nutrition in a high-risk population. And this idea of European guidelines is something that I'm really, really fond of, because I think that at least in Italy, if we have something that comes from Europe, is better taken than not if it comes from Italy. So, yeah.
And a comment mostly to what Antonio said about we are losing the time for cooking, but on the other hand, we also are minimizing our time for eating. And I think also this is a kind of activity, dedicate time and attention and mindfulness when you eat that we are losing and can be maybe improved. If you have any element about this approach and if you think that it could be effective in improving the cognition of the people, because the activity of eating could be a good involvement for them, but you need time for not just to get your calories, proteins, but also have time to elaborate your food, your bolo, and so on. And if this is correlated in some way to the health or to any detail that can support this activity, I mean.
Okay, well, I think it's time for coffee break. That was a great session. So thank you very much to all our speakers and for all your engagements as well. And maybe we take 15 minutes for coffee, if that's okay. Perfect.
15
Thank you.
minutes, yeah.
So everything done. So we'll start to enjoy That's really, but the day will not be the only event. Three sessions like this. We have cognitive training and then vaccine. According to the national and the way keep seeing the ladies very far away but you know, there is a very long, I had here a year ago, meeting that was just wonderful. With someone of the same age of Tonya, Professor Izzati, and she is a German woman, the first one who published in Lancet the association between herpes simplex infection and the cognitive impairment. And since then, there has been many observational studies supporting this, and also the not only the infection associated with a higher risk, but the vaccination associated with this of dementia. So it's an area that I think deserves some attention. That's why I think that my nutrition has. And yeah,
Drives a lot of that as well, the infection. Right. Maybe modulate the response to vaccination.
I go for some administrative stuff now.
Okay.
And I'll be back.
Okay.
Pulling apart the ultimate sub-analysis.
Yes.
But it would make sense from what I've seen in the literature as well. Yeah, something happening there in that pathway.
Yeah. I mean, it's very exciting to think that we're not just looking at cohort data here, or we're looking at interventions as well, which is, I think, what's really lacking.
Absolutely, yeah.
Where do you want?
Yeah.
Some science or
Cooking is really good.
I think that's
cooking actually.
Did you?
In that age group where they always say they don't want to cook.
Yes.
They do want to cook.
When they do it socially or in a group.
Socially. So we've done it socially with airfields and urban farm.
Ooh.
And then
Oh, I've heard that. I've heard of that place.
we done it with between 13, 25 to 35-year-olds. And we developed a cookbook with them. And true cooking classes.
Was it based on a particular diet or? Okay.
Sì, no, ce l'hai, ma infatti mi hanno fatto il sacco di
Sì, esatto, da quelle posso capire. Prima la parte
Yeah, very well. Yeah, maybe 10. I put Amaro. Yeah. Very nice. It's very, or it's just Italian. You take my suit.
Yes.
Perfect.
Grazie, volentieri.
Posso che non ci sia ma magari ce la faccio. È veramente un invento.
Sì, io ho fatto una scorsa ora immagino. Ma ora se la aveva sì, ti aveva andato su no, cioè non ce l'ha specifico, però ha attività domestiche.
Sì, sì, è vero.
Ah, dai, quindi bisogna aspettare i prof potrebbe essere un po'.
Sì. Dopo ti devo raccontare. Sai che questa volta che come video non tu sono andati a fare. Però se devo anche raccontarti come è andata. L'ho visto come spettacolo.
Dopo mi...
Ma no, perché la no, ma infatti è stato proprio dai, I'm some vedete qua. No. Mi lasci qua da sola. No, non so se tu. Ciao. Yeah. Yeah, see that. Yeah, this is disastrous. Muy bien. Yes, different times. Esatto, esatto, sì, infatti. Yes. Ah, scusa, improvvisati. Io no, sì, sì, certo. A volte se metti back spostato questa fatto bene. Credo che lei non torna a
Okay. So I think that we have to start for our section is the Nutrage project and interdisciplinary enterprise of the CNR. So I like just to spend some words about this initiative. So we belong to the CNR, National Council of Research. This is the biggest organization research of Italy. And we have 9 different departments, so interdisciplinary departments. And this is a really good example where we try to share our knowledge and expertise on different discipline and also different department to address specifically on this topic, nutritional and the aging. So how would the nutrition may affect on the aging? And then, so we had a really great experience, a great collaboration with Stefania. So this is the second step of this project. So we had the first Nutrage 1, and then it was very successful. But the first one was specifically addressed on one department, agri-food departments. Then after these successful and how good the outcomes, so we try to apply for second Nutrage, but with open disciplinary approach. And then so we have a Nutrage 2. And then I'm very proud that to coordinate together with Angelo this project. And then so this is running, and then we probably will finish the next year. But we are really reach a lot of good results and good outcomes. And then during this section, we have a chance to listen something. Now I give the floor, the words to Mariana Noelle in order to introduce the different speakers, please.
Okay, thank you. So we are now going to listen to Dr. Angelo Santino, that is a senior researcher from the Institute of Food Science and Technology of the CNR, and is the principal investigator together with Dr. Lo Greco of the Nutrage project. And Angelo will present now the main objective and outcomes of the Nutrage project. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you very much. And first of all, I wish to thank Stefano, the organizer, for the opportunity to introduce you the Nutrition Project. As I said by Antonio, this was one of the first example of very large collaborative project funded by CNR. The project started last year ago. And will end next year. Actually, we don't know exactly the month. The actual the date we have is April, but most likely it will be postponed up to June. So, as Antonio said, we had a first experience with the first Nutrage, in which in this project was involved just our department, the DISBA, which is agro-food department of CNR, and now we were able to invite all the other departments whose researchers are working on topics related to food, nutrition, and aging. And as you can see, this proposal was very successful. We included 5 different departments, more than 30 different CNR institutes, and actually we have more than 350 scientists involved in this project. The total funding was 8 million euros, which is quite good to carry out interesting research activities. These are all the departments involved. As you can see, we start from primary production, medical sciences, chemical sciences, materials, engineering, ICT, and technology. And last but not least, the human and social sciences, because we know that nutrition is quite linked with social sciences. These are the main department involved in the project, DISBA and the Department of Biological Sciences. And here you can see the main task in which we are involved. I will give you a better details about the activities when I introduce you the work packages. So, as I said before, it's a very complex program and project, and here you can see the key action. So we are trying to work on primary production because, on our opinion, it's important to improve and extend the varieties and the choices for people who want to follow a good dietary habits, a good dietary pattern. So it is important to redesign our crops. We are using also green technologies for recovery byproducts and reuse them in other food products. We are working quite a lot on new functional foods. Of course, as I said, there is a work package related to culture and food education. And also there is some work package more related to the physiopathological basis of aging, the identification of early markers related to main elderly pathologies. And we are also working on trying to develop and to define new innovative strategies for active and healthy aging. So starting from these key actions, the project is split in 9 different work packages. This is the first one in which we we work on a predictive analysis for the identification of metabolic pathways associated with specific dietary patterns. And here you can see the main key actions, key activities carried out in this work package, mainly are related to the use of artificial intelligence to predict the impact of nutrition in aging. We are working on predictive models based on geriatric clinical data to identify risk factors for elderly diseases. Of course, we included in this work package also the studies related to microbiota and diet. And bioinformatics and molecular simulation to identify bioactive compounds present in Mediterranean diet and their interaction with human proteins. And also the impact of small RNAs in plants to explore potential bioactive role in aging diseases. Moving to the primary production, which is the main focus of work package 2. We are working, as I said, to innovate food process and products. We are working either at the agronomic, but also at a genetic level to improve the nutritional value of our crops. So we are working on biofortification. We are also working on robust identification and characterization of bioactive compounds present in fresh and transformed food. Development of functional food, as I said. And also, we are also working in biocompounds stabilization, and we are proposing new formulations. Just to give you a few examples of the work we are currently carrying out, biofortification using agronomical practices. We are working, for example, on microelements fortification. This is an example of iodine fortification in microgreens. And as you can see from the graph, we were very successful in increasing the iodine content in the tissues. So microgreens, biofortified, can be a good target for biofortification in iodine, selenium, zinc, and so on. And this is another example which involved my group directly. Last year, we published the first plant species which is able to accumulate an interesting amount of provitamin D3. This work was carried out in collaboration with our colleagues at the John Innes Center in Norwich. Maybe you have already known about this. This is, as I said, the first plant species, and on our opinion, this could be a good example of novel crops. These crops, this tomato line was obtained using genome editing technologies. So now we hope that the legislation, at least in Europe, could be less restrictive, and we will have the chance to study the bioavailability of vitamin D accumulated in the fruit of these tomato lines. In any case, we also found a very good amount of provitamin D3 also in the leaves, so opening this scenario to use also these byproducts as a sort to purify and vitamin D. We are also working on different filtration methods to enrich the extract in polyphenol. As you can see here, we are currently working on olive meal wastewater, artichoke extract, fennel extract, and you can see, using different filtration methods, we, at the end of the different filtration steps, we were able to obtain a very rich extracts, which could be used for nutritional tests. Moving to the work package 3, we, as I said, we are working on functional and innovative foods for dietary patterns with great health value. So we have a task dealing with the development of new foods, the characterization, and also the production of a new highly digestible processed food, enriched in pro and postbiotics. And of course, there is a task related to the evaluation of the nutritional benefits. An example is this study in which a diet rich in fermented foods was successful in enhancing the diversity of the intestinal microbiota and was able to reduce inflammation markers. And this diet was compared with a fiber-rich diet, which contributed to stabilize the microbial diversity, but had a limited impact on inflammation markers. We are working very hard on fermentation biotechnologies. There is a group in Bari working at the ISPA Bari on this topic, and also we in Lecce, we are working very hard on this. This is the rationale to use microbial biotechnologies. Fermentation can improve the functional properties of pulses, flour. We have a reduction in the concentration of anti-nutrients. We increase the nutritional value, adding to the final product new biocompounds showing different biological activities. We announced also the physical properties, and in some cases we can improve the appearance, the texture, the color, and the acceptance for a consumer. And also, of course, we have the useful metabolites which are not present in the fresh fruit, in the fresh crop. So this is an example. We are carrying out sourdough fermentation or of a pearl millet, and as I said before, we at the end of fermentation we observed enhanced the phenolic profile, enhanced releasing of bioactive compounds, a significant increase in the antioxidant capability, and no differences in terms of anti-inflammatory properties of the final product. These are another example. This is a functional bread supplemented with fermented common beans. Also in this case, we reduced the anti-nutritional factors normally present in common beans, as you know. We increased the content in bioactive compounds, and we increased also the digestibility of the final bread. This is a kind of pasta enriched with broccoli, and as I said, the antioxidant capacity of this new kind of pasta is quite interesting, either in terms of polyphenol and carotenoids. And also it has a good rheological properties and sensory properties. Work package 4 deals with the identification and validation of biomarkers. It is not my topic. Anyway, maybe Stefania and the colleagues from the other institutes are better than me in commenting this kind of work. Anyway, the objectives are the exploring the molecular, cellular, and epigenetic mechanism that contribute to the aging processes, analysis of immunosenescence and the role of inflammation, identification of circulating biomarkers, characterization of neural processes, focuses on neurodegenerative disease, such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, study of the mechanism associated with metabolic alteration, cognitive deficit, and mitochondrial dysfunction, and of course, developing of therapeutic approaches, innovative methods, and the new pharmacological targets, and the development of the advanced imaging and machine learning technologies for the early diagnosis of neurodegenerative disease. Work package 4, in which we have also the participation, the coordination of Stefano Predieri and Federica Tenaglia from our department. And here you can see the key action. We started from the history of food and evolution of diets, which is quite important. We are focusing on traditional foods, which are rich in nutritional value. The aim is also to rediscover minor crops, which can have a good nutritional value. So with the aim to repurpose them for the primary production food chains. Sociological analysis, habits and behaviors, and new food policies essential for promoting conscious nutrition, and information for consumer regarding nutrition and health aspects. A special focus is on the nursery homes, which so far has been focused mainly on medical and nutritional aspect. We want to also to try to approach them with also with social aspect related to with nutrition, cooking, and so on. As we heard from previous presentations, actually we observe a large heterogeneity of structures. There are so many different practices in this in nutrition managing from north to center to South Europe. This is a serious problem, especially for Italy. And there is a need for a multidisciplinary, holistic, integrated studies and case study intensification. Of course, we are working on foods and the link with nutrition and microbiome and microbiota. So we are studying the role of specific biocompounds in the modulation of intestinal microbiota using gastrointestinal simulation systems. We have in Bari these in vitro dynamic digestion systems, which could help us in define the role of different biocompounds in the growth of specific microbial communities. And we are also studying the correlation between intestinal microbiota and chronic diseases, and the role of diet and specific food in the modulation of intestinal microbiota in different physiopathological conditions. For example, we are working in studying the polyphenol-rich diet in the prevention and the reduction of non-alcoholic liver steatosis, and this work is currently carried out by some colleagues of Bari, using this Italian cultivar, olive cultivar, Cellina di Nardò, which is very rich in polyphenols. Work package 7, evaluation of dietary pattern with high health benefits and specific biomarkers in preclinical studies. We are working, we are trying to test and to identify bioactive compounds present in specific food that can correct metabolic alteration, reduce inflammation, promote healthy aging in different pathologies. We are working in the identification also of biomarkers and new metabolic targets to rebalance metabolic dysfunction, reduce oxidative stress, and prevent and slow aging-related pathologies. I'm almost finished. Work package 8, new pathways in food education. We are working on nutrition knowledge in students, and also nutritional literacy in caregivers of elderly individuals. And as you can see here, we observed a prevalence of inadequate and problematic nutritional literacy in a caregiver, Stefania knows very well. We are working in the development and validation of digital tools with a new app and a traffic light database on dietary microbes associated with Mediterranean food. And last but not least, healthy aging, diet and lifestyle. We are also in this work package working in the identification of new biomarker, in the development of new strategies to improve the well-being of elderly individuals, and study the complex interaction between aging and neuroinflammation, lifestyle, and nutrition. So I stop here. If you want more information, you can visit the Nutrage web page, and I thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer to your question.
Very interesting project. It's lovely to see the multidisciplinary approach. So we are also working with food people that produce food, so food growers in Ireland, on particular crops. And what we found is that the crops have been selected, that they're using the varieties for yield, not nutritional quality. And then when we try to go then working with the farmers to switch to varieties to get higher nutritional quality, they're looking at us going, but we'll have lower yield. So have you found something similar?
Yeah, you are right. You are right, and this is a problem because if we want to rediscover these old varieties, we have to ensure for the growers a good price because these old varieties are good for nutritional aspect, but most often the yield are low. So we have to find a good compromise. And anyway, I think that if we deliver a good message to consumers, I think if we explain them that if you buy this kind of tomatoes with high nutritional value, I think the consumer, not all of course, but a good part of them can pay a bit more to have a better product.
Have you, yeah, but that's bringing it back to the consumers again, and the increase in cost lives at the consumers. Have you explored anything about policies or incentives to subsidize the farmers? Because that's something we're looking at now to try see for a high nutritional quality. Could we?
Yeah, I think we have to invest more in research on minor varieties. Yeah, because I think we could find a good compromise if we improve genetically this kind of crops, but also, as you said, we are also to work with politicians because it is not the time to have to pay attention to yield, but also to nutritional quality. We have to give this kind of message to Europe because we have to think about to yield, but also to nutritional quality of our crops. I don't know. Maybe it was secondary schools. Maybe Federica and Marianna can add a bit more.
Okay, we are planning to involve students from the secondary school now, but we are also evaluating a thesis, a master degree thesis that will focus on a university student, a small group, but university student. So.
If I may add, one of the problems on nutrition literacy is the fact that at least the instruments that we know that are validated in Italy are really very, very, very difficult to administer. And particularly if we think about the caregivers of older individuals, even if they have a high degree of school, I can tell you that they do not understand most of the questions. And I don't know, as a group, I think we should really become concerned about working on different new instruments because they are simply not applicable not only to low educational level individuals, but even high educated have really many, many difficulties in understanding and answering the question. So I don't think that we can obtain reliable results in these studies. And as Marianna said, we are using it in for some final dissertation in the master class on Italian food and wine among the university students. But the instruments that we used really So this is actually to advocate to work together on better instruments that are more applicable to the general population.
Okay, so let's move to the next presentation. Dr. Federica Prinelli is a researcher from the Institute of Biomedical Technology of the CNR. She has specific skills on epidemiology, nutrition, statistics, and she's involved also in the Nutrage project. She will now present the effect of an antioxidant-rich diet and a healthy lifestyle on the gut microbiota diversity and brain morphometric correlates. And she will present some exploratory analysis evaluated with data from the nut-brain study evaluated within the Nutrage project.
Thanks, Marianna, for the introduction. Yes, so hello again. I will show you some really, preliminary data about this work that we did within the subtask 6.3 of the work packages 6 of the Nutrage project. So let's start with a very brief background information. So the gut microbiota is composed by nearly 100 trillions of microorganisms, including viruses, bacteria, archaea, protozoa, and fungi, and it has several functions, such as the extraction of nutrients from the foods, the biosynthesis and metabolisms of some bioactive components such as vitamins, amino acids, and lipids. And also it has the capabilities to stimulate the immune response against the pathogens. So we have some determinants of gut microbiota composition. We can group these determinants in 3 main classes. The early determinants, that is the A part of the figure, they are actually not modifiable in later lives. So the individual genetic background, delivery methods, and early infant feeding method. Then we have a second group. They are quite potentially modifiable during the life course, such as lifestyles, in particular diet, but also the use of drugs. And finally, we have the C part of the figure, so the determinants that are possible to modify through the life course, but quite difficult again. So the persistent viral infection, the local environment, and also more in general, the geographical environment. For sure, among the determinants, diet is the main factors that influence gut microbiota and also the well-studied. We know now, for instance, that from animal studies, and also we have some observational and intervention studies, that a diet characterized by high fiber, so the plant-based diet, but also prudent diet, so characterized by healthy foods, can help to maintain the unhealthy gut microbiota, in particular because we noticed an increase in the richness of gut microbiota in terms of diversity, which is the real proxy of the balance of the microbial component of the gut. And also it helps for the production of healthy metabolites, such as the short-chain fatty acids. They have a strong effect on the functional immune system because they reduce also the levels of, they are able to reduce the level of inflammation and to maintain the functional barrier of the gut. All of these processes, however, can be disrupted, let's say, and reverted when the diets shift towards our Western diet, so constituted by high fats, sugars, and processed foods. So just to add a little layer of complexity to the story, we can say that diet may have an impact on the is involved in the connection between also gut and brain within the gut-brain axis interaction. So we know, for instance, that with brain aging, we have changes in the structural constitution of the brain. We know that, for instance, there is a reduction in the size of the and in the volumes of the brain. There is an impaired in the reduction in the neuronal connection, also an accumulation of oxidative damage in neurons, a reduction in blood flow, an increase in neuroinflammation, and also some changes in neurotransmitters levels. This may have an impact when become not a physiological aging, but a pathological aging. So we can have a brain dysfunction and then cognitive impairment. So the maintenance of a balanced gut microbiota is essential because, as we said before, can be beneficial because produce several anti-inflammatory and antioxidant components that maintain the integrity of the gut barrier. However, when we have gut dysbiosis, so an imbalance in this composition, then there is an increase in the gut permeability. So it allows for the passages of harmful substances. This may increase inflammation, and then this in turn impact on the impairment in the cognitive functions. So just to close the circle, in order to try to prevent the pathological brain aging and the cognitive impairment, we can modulate the gut microbiota following a healthy, basically plant-based diet. So starting from these brief considerations, we thought that the strong link between diet and the other lifestyle, gut microbiota in brain, can partially explain at least a bit, how our dietary behaviors can accelerate or slow down the brain aging. So in order to understand the biological mechanisms underlying this association, we applied a system epidemiology approach, which is a way to try to integrate the more traditional methodological epidemiology with the more advanced techniques, such as the omics techniques, like metabolomics or microbiomics, and also the neuroimaging techniques to try to test these hypotheses. So we use the data from the Nut Brain study that I've coordinated from 2018 to 2023. This is a population-based study on community-dwelling older people resident in 3 towns of Lombardy region. It consists of two parts, let's say. The first one is a cross-sectional design, and in the second one, we have a case control study. So we started by sending a letter to all the participants of these municipalities and inviting them to contact us for a screening evaluation. And then we scheduled this visit. During the screening evaluation, we collected a lot of information regarding social demographics, but also clinical information, self-reported, of course, use of drugs, lifestyles, including dietary habits. And we also performed a very deeply neuropsychological battery of tests in order to characterize the global cognitive function, but not only, also the main domains of cognition, so memory, attention, languages, and so on. And then, based on this cognitive screening, we selected those participants that should go to for us a second clinical evaluation at the hospital. So this is the main flow chart of the study. So we recruited more than 800 of participants, and excluding those with ineligible criteria and those with dementia, we ended up for a final sample of 246 individuals. So for these subjects, we collected again, new information regarding the nutritional habits with the more accurate instruments, the 3-day food diary. We collected information about blood pressure and the heart rate. They underwent a neurological evaluation also for a clinical confirmation of the cognitive battery that we did during the screening, also to confirm the mild cognitive impairment diagnosis. We also collected blood and fecal samples for determining some markers, both inflammatory and also some metabolomics markers, and then for the gut microbiota analysis. Participants underwent also to a brain MRI resonance imaging scans for both structural and to obtain data regarding both structural and functional information. So these are the workflows of the processes. So from the blood samples collection, we determined the C-reactive protein, interleukin-6, TNF-alpha, and we also got data about the ApoE genotype. Using the stool samples, we extracted bacterial DNA. After sequencing, we got information about alpha and beta diversity. So we extracted these 4 diversity indexes. Then in the next slides, I will just speak about one of them. More or less, they go in the same direction. And we also obtained data about the abundances of the taxa, both phylum and also at genus level. And then about the brain, sorry, it's really small, but we got, for the present analysis, I will show you the results regarding total brain volume, gray matter volume, white matter volume, and also ventricular cerebrospinal fluid as a proxy of brain atrophy. From the 3-day food diary using the food composition database, we extracted this proxy of the dietary antioxidant capacity, ORAC, which is one of the indexes, but there also are the FRAP and the other that have been presented before. And in order to better understand this score, we try to correlate the score with the micro and macronutrients that we also derive from the food diary, just to a better interpretation, let's say. And as you can see in this spider graph, we can see that the ORAC score was strongly and significantly positively correlated with those nutrients such as total fiber, potassium, vitamin C, magnesium, iron, glucids, and so on. Folic acids, they are coming from mainly plant-based foods such as fruit, vegetables, olives, seeds, oil, cereals, and legumes. We had another part, also to see not only if the ORAC score may have an impact on our outcomes, but we also added 2 other lifestyles that can be influenced both brain and also gut, such as smoking habits and physical activity. So we created a kind of score, again, a healthy lifestyle score ranging from 0 to 6, and then we categorize this continuous score in tertiles. So these are the main characteristics of the samples. So we recruited 58.5% of women. The mean age of the sample was 73.2%. The sample was quite educated, as you can see, with at least a high school or higher in almost 56% of the population, and then they were more commonly married or cohabitants. This is the microbial composition for each sample of the dataset. The sample was reduced because some samples, unfortunately, from the participants were not useful relating to their quality, unfortunately. However, in the first part of the figure, the bar plots show the relative abundance of the major phyla, and the blue and the orange representing Bacteroidota and Firmicutes that we know are the more abundant taxa at phylum level, not only in our population, but also in the general population. So this is the data replicated in other cohorts. And in the B part of the figure, we have the abundance of the genus level. So you can see that there are quite heterogeneities among each sample. Then, as a descriptive analysis, we look at the differences in the gut microbiota, specifically alpha diversity, which is the part A of the figure. So the diversity are the A and B part of the graph. So the alpha diversity is a measure of the richness of the microbial composition. And in the first part of the figure, we can see these rarefaction curves representing the 3 levels of the ORAC. So the red curve is relating to the low adherence to ORAC, and the green part in the upper part of the graph are those with high adherence to ORAC. So in the high group, there was a higher richness than those in the moderate or low tertile of adherence. And in the C part of the graph, you can see those bacteria at genus level that were significantly different across the tertiles of ORAC. So with the increase in the adherence to the antioxidant diet, you can observe an increase in the Barnesiella, Coprococcus, Ruminococcus, Parabacteroides, Lactospiraceae, Clostridium, and the reduction in Streptococcus. This is interesting because Streptococcus is associated with several infections and also other chronic conditions also in the gut. Looking at the same analysis, but using the healthy lifestyle score as an exposure, we found more or less the same results. So with high adherence to a healthy lifestyle, we have an increase in the biodiversity of the microbiota in comparison with the moderate or low adherence. And again, we found some significantly differences when we look at the bacteria at the genus level. Then we did another, we add another part to the analysis. So we tried to correlate all of the markers, all of the parameters that we analyzed, in particular, the circle, the size of the circle represents the correlation coefficient, and the color represents the red, the negative association, and blue, the positive, let's say, sorry, not association, the positive correlation. So for instance, looking at the microbial diversity indexes, so OSI, STE, CHOW1, and FDIP, you can see that we have an inverse correlation with the ventricular cerebrospinal fluids, which is the upper part of the graph, so the brain atrophy, and also an inverse association with some markers of inflammation. Of course, we found, as expected, very big circles between the indexes because they say more or less the same things. When we look at the cognitive and brain domains, we found, for instance, that MMSE, which is a proxy of a global cognitive function, was inversely correlated with brain atrophy and positively correlated with antioxidant-rich diet. White matter, total brain volume, and gray matter volume are inversely correlated with brain atrophy, markers of inflammation, and positively correlated, in particular, white matter volume with the dietary score, so ORAC, healthy lifestyle score, and also with higher biodiversity of the microbiota. We tried then to, I did this analysis just to in order to take into account for some potential confounders, because of course the correlation is a crude analysis. So here I tried to control for age, sex, education, also polypharmacy, physical exercise, and smoking when we look at only with ORAC, when we consider only ORAC as an exposure, MMSE. These are some, linear regression. We did some, I did some linear regression models just to look in particular at brain volumes, MMSE, so cognitive function, and CHOW1, which is the the index of diversity. And it's interesting because you can observe a kind of trend. So with an increase in the adherence to the ORAC antioxidant diet, we observed an increase in the volume of total brain, white matter, gray matter, a reduction in the brain atrophy, the ventricular cerebrospinal fluid, however not significant, no association with MMSC, and an increase in the richness of the gut microbiota. When we look at the healthy lifestyle score, more or less, we observe the same results. So in some way, it seems that the other two lifestyles are not so impacting in the at least in our results on the brain and also on the diversity of the gut microbiota. So actually, we did not find in literature so many data regarding the role of antioxidant diet and gut microbiota, but of course there are some data about vegetarian diet, vegan diet, and plant-based. So in some way there is a kind of similarities in terms of, they also found an increase in the diversity of the microbiota and also an increase in some taxa, some bacteria such as Prevotella, Ruminococcus, Lactospiraceae that we also observed. Regarding the brain, not so many studies investigated the role of antioxidant diet in relation to brain measures, brain structures. I found this article a bit old, let's say. They look at FRAP, which is another index of antioxidant diet. They found, for instance, similarly to our data, that an increase in the adherence to FRAP was associated with greater whole brain volumes, but no association with white matter, gray matter, and white matter lesions. So just to move to the conclusion, we can say that our results seems to indicate that the individuals who followed an antioxidant diet, particularly either alone and in combination with the other lifestyle, but we can say in particular the diet, have a greater adherence, have a greater diversity on gut microbiota and seems to show higher brain integrity. And we can also speculate on the basis of this preliminary also correlation that maybe the benefits of the diet may be reflected in structural brain changes, gut microbiota modulation, and the reduction maybe of the pro-inflammatory markers circulation. Of course, this data needs to be confirmed with other studies, but maybe they give some new insights into biological mechanisms that are on the basis of these complex associations of diet, gut, microbiota, and brain. So in my personal interest now is to understand how the gut microbiota really mediates this association. So it's possible that gut microbiota is really a modulator. So diet may impact on the brain through a modification of the gut composition, and also to find a good way to analyze the data of the gut microbiota, because it's really complicated. They are compositional data. So, I mean, it's we need to find a new way to analyze this data also in multivariate analysis. So I really would like to thank all of the colleagues that work with me on the NUT Brain project, which is a really big project. So we work together with several colleagues, in particular Silvia Conti, she's here, but also all of the colleagues also from not only CNR, but also the Mondino Foundation in Pavia, of course, all of the funders, and you for the attention.
Thank you, Federica. Any questions?
Yeah. Congratulations, excellent work, really.
Thanks.
So my just curiosity, you find a biodiversity, gut microbiome biodiversity in healthy diet. So compared with the published data from Asia, from other paper. So the gut microbiome are similar in terms of genus or in terms of bacteria, or are different in terms of because you highlighted the biodiversity. Okay, but what about the genus of microbiome in terms of taxonomy?
For sure, at phylum level, I guess that more or less the adult population at the same composition. So Bacteroidota and Firmicutes are the more abundant taxa. Regarding the genus, I guess there is a quite different composition because they are more dependent or from the environment. So I have no data on my hands to show about the other countries because I really don't know. But I suppose that maybe there are more variability at genus level due to the exposure to these potential determinants like diet, because of course we know that there are in some countries we have some differences in our dietary habits, for example with China or some Asian or African population.
Yeah, but
it's interesting. It would be nice to perform a study in different countries looking
exactly. Based on the same diet, so we can see what's happened in terms of because I suppose that the gut microbiome really plays important role in terms of everything. This is the key factor probably.
Yeah, the point is quite difficult to analyze, and also we need to follow people during their life and sometimes take some samples and looking at, apart from the intervention study, also some follow-up studies to look at gut microbiota over time, because we know that it's quite stable. But
do you have some collaboration with other initiative or other groups?
Not at the moment. I mean, yes, with me and the colleague Marco Severnini, which is my strong collaborator in this gut microbiome. I mean, he is the bioengineering that work actually practically with the samples and with the bioinformatics analysis. We are trying to work together with other group, for instance, in the PNRR, putting together the data coming from different cohorts, but it's an Italian, Italian consortium.
So we will talk about later about this.
Absolutely, thanks.
Just a curiosity, exist other work regarding Italian population more younger? What the healthy diet do to microbiota? Because in my opinion, how long time foods or nutrients can influence the phyla, the genus in the microbiota? Exists a difference between aging or younger? What do you
exist? I mean, there are some differences in the gut microbiota composition when you born, and then there is a change, and also with the aging the gut microbiota change a lot, so it becomes more diverse. So there is a reduction. So it's for sure there are some studies. I really don't know if there are some intervention study on the really younger population, but for sure there is a diverse composition. With age, we have a decline in the richness of the gut microbiota.
Okay. Congratulations for your presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Federica. Are you also considering the possibility to move forward and consider the impact of microbiome? So the metabolites coming from the after microbiota work on the brain performances?
Yes.
Because this could be quite relevant.
The metabolites from the gut, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. We thought to do this. I really would like to do, but actually it's part, if we have the budget. It's sad to say, but yes, unfortunately, this is really sad, to perform metabolomic analysis in the gut samples. For sure, we will do metagenomics.
Or also the checking the metabolites in circulating blood or.
We did the metabolomics analysis with the data that presented yesterday, Lorraine.
Okay,
From
so
it's the
the
same,
samples were
it's
the same. Okay,
board,
okay,
and
okay.
is yeah, in between. This is the nut brain, and yeah, we use part of the nut brain data within the ProMed cog.
Okay.
So we collected this. We derived this metabolomics data, and now also with Lorraine we are looking at the correlation with our outcomes. But for sure, I really would like to try to understand the association between the blood metabolites, but also the gut metabolites with the gut composition. For sure, we will do the metagenomics. So looking at the functionality of these microorganisms, not just using bioinformatics, but with real objective data, not predictive, but really objectively.
But you are also working on metabolomics on feces or coming from this court?
What? I don't understand.
Feces metabolomics. Feces. Fecal samples.
Yeah, we are trying to do this in the PNRR. Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Good, thank you.
Federica, just again, a curiosity. Did you collect any data on probiotic use, and can you somehow control for that in terms of, obviously probiotics have been linked to changes in the gut microbiota that are also linked to brain health. So I'm wondering, is there any synergy between probiotics and diet, or are there independent effects of each on the gut brain?
Yeah, we collected a very we collected data about drugs during the interview, and we also collected data about supplements. So for this analysis, I put everything together just to be sure that the drugs, just to look at the drugs effect. But we already separated the information. So we have because we collected, we asked participants, what did you take every day regarding supplements and whatever. So we have a list for each participant, but we have to recording this data from the text to obtain information for all of these kind of supplements. So we can do this. We can at least control for this and to separate the dietary exposure from the diet to the dietary exposure from the supplements, also vitamins and the other possible supplementation.
Curiosity as well. Do you have data? I don't know if it's possible to assess the gut permeability of the subject you followed and try to link to microbiota diversity?
Yeah, it would be really interesting, but we don't have this data, unfortunately.
And is it possible to, I don't know if it's possible to analyze in another study?
Yeah, maybe in another, to plan another study to collect this new data for sure. In the future, absolutely, it's a good.
Because you mentioned it at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely.
In your next step on trying to understand what are the parameters behind healthy and good microbiota.
Yeah, also to go more in detail about the biological mechanisms, just to try to test some of our hypotheses for sure.
In the next Nutrage project.
In the next Nutrage project. We will do it.
It's the third Nutrage project.
I mean, I don't know if we using the shine.
That's what I was thinking about.
Because I spoke with Angela about that. And now we also have in our institute shine instruments. So we can. Yeah,
but shine
kind of
is good if you want to study the impact on different communities of different foods. I don't know if you can answer.
Study the permeability?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
That's a pity.
But there are some markers, circulating markers related to permeability.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some markers, and there's actually an intervention study done that was published I think late last year, with a Mediterranean diet that showed that it improved the gut permeability from a marker point of view.
Yeah.
And they done some mediation analysis, and they thought it was mediated through the short chain fatty acids produced by the microbes. Yeah. So it's a marker in blood, and it's a marker in the fecal samples. So you might be able to measure it in your fecal samples.
Yeah, I can.
I can show it to you.
I have to look up this article. Yeah, thanks a lot.
This could be very interesting to evaluate.
Can do this. Thanks. Thanks for the suggestion.
Okay, so let's move to the next presentation by Dr. Stefano Predieri, that is a senior researcher from the Institute for Bioeconomy of the CNR. Stefano will describe the main characteristics of olive oils and also will reveal the main secret to evaluate these characteristics. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Well, I have to thank really a lot and sincerely the organizer for inviting me and Giuseppe to be part of this workshop with so many excellent presentation, data, and also now to have the opportunity to involve you in a hands-on lab on olive tasting with a few limitations that are the space, and they told us that this Alcantara is very, very delicate. So we have to assume the minimal risk to have oil dropping. I didn't know it before coming to this. But what I first ask you is to remove whatever is in front of you, also your name tag. Leave the space for us to be able to give you the material to start the analysis. I ask Giuseppe to help me in distributing what was not please. Now you have to prepare your tablecloth.
No, non si può, no? Almeno no. Da noi si assaggia col pane.
Is it have to feel like to be in a restaurant? Me as a waiter providing you the accessory for
Grazie.
but the menu decided by your space for this to protect the So I'm sure that we will not make any damage to it, but okay. Okay. So so you know this kind of hands-on laboratory are theory and practice, or practice to support the theory. So we need to be concentrated on the practical activity, maybe more than on communication. But I hope that if we get our time, like for cooking or for eating, in this, and for tasting, I think we can get, I hope, nice result and a good experience. I ask if I can, for the registration, is okay if I speak from here? Yeah. Okay, it is not. Okay. These are our name, and as short presentation. We work in Institute of Bioeconomy of the CNR. And as you see, we have an activity that is bioeconomy. This means circular economy in some way. So we have colleagues studying orchard, the olive plot, the olives that growing the plants for certification, genetic certification, analyzing the ecophysiological property, then going to the lab, of course, all the analysis that are correlated to taste, to flavor, and also to health, even if we are not medical doctors, but this floor is full of a person that can support our indication about our knowledge. Going to the effect of flavors in on the people. Now, why sensory evaluation is still so important when we have technology that can express eventually better, more constantly, and like electronic nose, electronic tongue, and any kind of analytics. Because this is Anthony Cardello. I mean, he says that I agree with him. You can measure everything, maybe, from food, but you cannot decide if there is a basic food, a commodity, or an excellence. Still, you need the human being to interact with the technology to define that is an excellent, is a traditional, is a typical. Maybe with the artificial intelligence, we can go forward, but I don't know, it's a challenge. So again, why is important the analysis, the sensory analysis of extra virgin olive oil? Because olive oil quality depends from several environmental and genetic issues. The variety, you will taste different varieties. The origin, the region, if you cultivate a cultivar in different regions, you get different oils. The cultivation, how is run the orchard, and so on. The harvest time is very important because there is an exact moment to harvest the olives, and it will contribute to create the quality, the preservation, and the storage that are the most important interface we have with the product. But again, there is the processing, the production from olives of the oil, and then the storage. Even a perfect oil, when it is produced, can get defects or be spoiled during the storage because of many components, but just a few of them are temperature. High temperature will accelerate the degradation of the quality. Now we stay in quality as it is. And oxygen, of course, is the main enemy of extra virgin olive oil quality, as is for our source. So, extra virgin olive oil, in short, is composed by fatty acids, free fatty acids, polyphenols, antioxidants in general, peroxides. We see pigment and colors coming from flavonoids, from chlorophyll, and so on, vitamins, and volatiles. What we perceive when we taste the oil, we can perceive, of course, with our eyes, pigment and colors, and expert prefer not be conditioned from the color, so they use this amazing blue glasses. If any one of you want to try, I have just 5 more. One I will use by myself, just to see how nice is to have them, handle them, and to warm up the oil. And of course, volatiles are a clue, and the basic is the presence and the amount of polyphenols, which stimulate some clear, quite clear, if you are trained, very clear to you, sensory stimulant. About fatty acids, I don't go in the details, just to say that, as it was said also yesterday from Professor Tricopoulou, is a particular, the olive oil, the extra virgin olive oil, we can discuss when it starts and when it finishes to be one of these, contain more oleic acid, so monosaturated omega-9 fat exists different in the composition from all other vegetable oils. Possibly is the best composition, but there are some discussion about nuts, different kind of oils and so on. Anyway, sensory evaluation is not able to feel if there is much or more oxidation or presence of fatty acids unless there is really a defect. So when I see people telling, oh, this is fat, well, it's a general impression, it's not an evaluation, it's not one extra virgin olive oil can be perceived more oily or more fat than the other. But we know that there are some differences and they are important because as an educational issue, as knowledge of the territory, in cooler region, you yield oils with higher oleic than in warmer climates. So from the north to the south, let's say Italy. Italy is here we can think about this because it's quite easy. From the north, you have more oleic acid. Going to the south, there is a decrease. But on the other hand, there is a kind of balancement. Going to the south, you have oils with more polyphenols. So the fatty composition is the starting of the life of the oil after processing. Polyphenols are the protection from oxidation, or degradation. So there is a balance. And again, why is important to say the sensory analysis? Because you can feel this balance and evaluate by yourself the quality, not just from the label, this of high importance, but also with your senses. Now, okay, again, the polyphenol content that will be the core of your testing experience is determined by cultivar, again, from time of picking, environmental factor, extraction condition, storage condition. We could go in details, but I think it's better to dedicate photos the time to the tasting experience. Okay, phenolic compound, of course, they protect from oxidation the product, so they sacrifice in some way oxidating themselves to protect the product. And there is a regulation from UA that to be allowed to define an oil with high polyphenols, there is a minimum of 250 milligrams per kilogram. Some oils are can arrive to 700, 900 when after processing. Then there is a decrease in the course of the period that is about, estimated about 40% decrease in the first year. Then you know that after 18 months, the extra virgin olive oil cannot be again on the market. There is a reason. Even in the best storage condition, there is a big decrease of polyphenols. So you can read the label again, but if you taste and start to be confident in testing the bitterness, the pungency, and the astringency, you can have a clear, simple evaluation of what could be the amount of polyphenols if, beside all the other satisfactory feature of the oil. Now, I don't know if you are ready. We planned to start with the experiment, not with the oil, but are here?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So just a small experiment, maybe you know. You see that bitter is a very important definition of oil quality. But get one, please, and wait, please again. Get one. You know that bitter perception has a genetic basis. So not all of us have the same perception of bitter. So eventually, is studied that the sensitivity to bitter is okay, you can do. Okay. Stavamo di preparare scarpe, non è stato fatto. Okay, so there is a gene. There are about 35 genes correlated to bitter tasting receptor. So it is not an easy, it is not the easiest sense to approach, but this gene does 2R38. There are a kind of Mendelian disposition. So in this population, we can find a super taster that will feel very strong bitter sensation, medium taster, as I am, and I'm glad about this, and who will not feel the bitterness. It's not that don't feel all the bitterness. Don't feel the bitter provided by this gene. But please try. Put the strip in your mouth. Put the strip on your tongue. And okay. Lick it. Wait. Wait. Somebody starting to, I see from your face that you are maybe what is called a super taster. You too. Oh, how many super taster? Other, medium, super, medium. And anybody, you don't feel medium? No one?
Pochissimo.
Not very bitter?
Poco.
Bitter, very bitter?
Poco.
No one don't feel this sensation?
Pochissimo. Poco.
Great.
Poco.
I mean, for statistics, about 20% of the population in Italy don't feel that this bitter from this gene. So at least there is one. Thank you.
But she doesn't come from Italy.
This Europe is depends from the genetics of the population, but it is not.
Okay.
Just to have an idea that when we discuss about bitter, but I'm not dogmatic about extra virgin olive oil. The taster, the professional taster, have the same variation in sensitivity. So now that you know a little better what is your approach with bitter, again, few theory, then we start with the testing. What is our part of our activity is IEB is training the people for taste, texture, and aroma universe. And to get confident with their evaluation. And as related to extra virgin olive oil, what is the approach? First is learn how to smell and concentrate of the product. So remove whatever you are thinking of and concentrate. And you will perceive what is the odor to the orthonasal root. Then when you put the oil in your mouth, you use another root, but again, of course, is the olfactory bulb that is going to evaluate the sensation. There are some small tricks to do it in a right way. Then, in the meantime, you have the stimuli on the tongue of the bitter taste and the chemostasis stimulation of the pungency of the trigeminal nerve. You that are more confident than me with human physiology, you know that if you are 3 or 4 stimuli in the same time, our perception could be have an impact and try to evaluate it as a whole. So the judges have to remove the sound from the bottom and try to stay with just flavor, just bitter, just pungent. It's not easy. You need the training, but it is an experience. And then you have this huge aroma wheel for oil, olive oil. I mean, not all of them are present in the oil. So we can work describing what we feel. And they come from lipoxygenase pathway that create actually this feeling, this flavor that are similar or the same from grass, for leaf, for fruity, for green banana. It's not very important to say this to you that are expert in many fields. But for people, they say, oh, it's an apple, so they put apple inside the oil, or they put grass inside the oil. No, it's the evolution of the flavors from the precursors to give this sensation that can be rancid, ripely, and so bad, low quality. While beside the common, we will taste it, fruity, of the olive, that is the one that you feel in the meal when it is just started the maceration and malusation of the products. You never had this experience. We don't know, we don't go very often in the meal, but this is the fruity of the olive. And then there are some side flavors that can be characteristic of the cultivar, of the region of origin, but mostly are related to the cultivar, so the genetic of the cultivar. So I think that with this information, we can start our analysis, and we start with number 0. Number 0 is just to help you getting acquainted, or I mean, even if you know it from before, concentrating on what is the fruity smell. I ask you just to smell, not to put in your mouth for now, for this first sample, and just to awake your senses and get confident with the fruity.
I don't know the Italian translation of ripe.
Frutto maturo.
Ah, okay, exactly.
Yeah, okay. This is was processed 1 week ago, so it's not still on the market. I see it. I'm very quite confident. And it's just maybe has not the best of the property for food use, but is a clear sensation about this. So this is your reference for food. In extra virgin olive oil, you should have this indication and must be at least perceivable at a low level. But an extra virgin olive oil, different from other olive oil, pomace oil, you must feel this fruity. Okay, so if you don't have a question.
So why did you say that is not the best?
Well, it's to
have,
Yes,
okay.
maybe you can like it. Yes. Is a kind of aggressive sometimes because there are still in suspension some. No,
I prefer this.
Of course.
You prefer this? Okay.
But
Anyway, it's not on the market because it's not too.
Yeah.
è giovane.
That's the maximum of antioxidant. But please don't spoil your sense of tasting it.
Possiamo? No.
So start with the number one. Okay, I think that I choose this.
Okay.
Il zero is just for smelling. Is a reference.
Did you test?
Then you choose this ballot. This ballot from Catalonia. That gave some rules about olive tasting and also olive harvesting. The Spanish are a leader in some technology, and maybe they don't have the best extra virgin olive oil, but they it's rich. And you see there are olive fruit, the one that you tasted, and now as a preliminary, apple maybe. Or the ripe fruits, be confident with your approach, trust your senses, write down what you think of it. You can take note of the experience. This is why we give you this value. Yes, 1 second, yeah. And green catalyst, bitter, pungent, sweet. Sometimes you see that the sweet when it's not so young in general. And other positive attributes, you have in the indication, but feel just relaxed doing. Okay, first step is smelling. Okay. To smell, you have to cover with your hand and warm up the bottom just to have the volatiles to be released a little more. And then, as I said before in the training with the sample number 0, just to feel immersed in the experience. So you smell, you perceive the different flavor. I don't want now to you to speak, but just write down if you feel something that are not just fruity, but
we have to put a score for each.
No.
The ones that
check all that apply. If you don't feel something, don't describe it. This is a typical.
Tu senti che
Okay, when you are
se senti più
satisfied
l'olivo,
we can start.
sì, questo è il primo.
Two small rules. One is less is more. Don't think that putting more oil on your tongue will support. You need just a little amount, but help your tongue to be covered with it. Leave the oily part to cover the mouth. The second is the one that I have to show you, that is the stripping. This means that once you have the oil on your tongue, and you start to feel bitterness, pungency, eventually, but it's more in the throat, and astringency, you put fresh air inside to have a stimulation of airflow going to the bulb from the retronasal and increase your perception of the warm oil that is inside your mouth. So, what do the professionals is this. And since you study, I'm not good.
This is not very polite. This is not very polite.
Yes, they want to show they are big, but you can do the same in this way. I don't mind, it's good. But if you just leave the air go inside your mouth, is the same. You don't need to make noises.
You can try.
Okay, yes. Finally, okay, try. Try the strong and try the
qualità bassa.
Mild?
No, non è molto basico. No.
Very good. If you close your
Io ho
eyes,
messo
also back.
olive frutti.
Sì.
2.
Poi
Oh, questo ho sbagliato. Bitter, poco bitter.
And another proposal to get the best from aroma is not applied in the official pan, but is simply when you have the oil in your mouth, close your nose,
Io preferisco
fix
quelli
your
un po'
nose.
più giovani.
And then leave again the airflow,
degli
and you can feel everything. You can do it's just to stop. You can concentrate also on taste, bitter, fantasy. You leave.
Do you
taste again? So if you, of course, if you stop the airflow, the olfactory bulb, I feel nothing. Okay, so you can adapt to your preference the analysis. In my view, I'm not the medical, but I think there's a different way to get closer to this analysis. Now, this first sample is cultivar Raja, so the genetic. The origin is in the Marche region. And what else? You have you did an evaluation of it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the spider plot that is in the monovarietal extra virgin olive oil of Italy that we are taking care of, in particular the colleague Massimiliano Maggi. And this is the typical profile coming from hundreds of evaluations. And this means that there is an important bitter, pungent, fluidity, olive fruity, and here I think we are confident. Then there are the difficult, I mean, aromatic components that are fresh almond. Anybody of you could feel fresh almond?
No.
Okay, and artichoke.
Artichoke, no.
No. Something else, grass, maybe grass, green, or
ma l'uno.
in the smell something. Okay. Sorry? Spicy, okay. The almond is not so easy to perceive, but if you have still a little, you can try. But we can see with the next samples. Number 2.
Number 2.
I don't think I'm very good at this.
I didn't find bitter. Oh.
It's when you suck in, you get the. That's where I found it. Yeah, I think that's the project.
Aspettarissimo. It's a kind of the okay. So after the reference sample, the blind sample, now that you are an expert, this is the second one that is from Campania, so southern, then the other is cultivar Ortice, and now you know how to do it. May put on the tongue, strip or gently strip and so on, and get your description. That now that you are expert, you can see what the very expert feel into this. Okay. Okay. Concentrate. And according to the general evaluation, you feel something? Mandorla? Anything else? Artichoke?
Green?
Again? No?
Pungent?
Pungent? Tomato?
Pungent.
You can feel tomato? Yeah.
Potete distribuire l'altro, tagliamo un po' i tempi, dopo c'è Pungent.
Anyway, maybe it is necessary a little longer training. But this cultivar is characterized from tomato leaf sensation. Yeah. Third, this is something really special. This is, I mean, I love it very much. So hedonic, but also is a very important cultivar. See,
The king.
Maybe, but is able to provide a really huge amount of antioxidants, beside a very nice tasting, because it's supported by the aromatic flavor, the aromatic bouquet that make it mild, not very strong. I mean, there are coratina that are difficult to cope with, but here again we can feel the third time a good hormone. I think that the third sample you can feel better the hormone. Yes,
this is the best.
You see, this was a bitter of 5. Yes. We don't have actually the polyphenol analysis, but your colleague said that it's really good. This is a bit well. My colleague Massimiliano Magli say that when somebody is coughing, is a good example that the tendency has reached the age. And this is oleocanthal, that is anti-inflammatory compound, so it's good. I'm sorry, I stopped. Yes, it's good for your health.
Stefano, all these olive is here, yes, is fresh.
No, these are on the market. These are of the previous season, so are in commercial.
Previous season, that means last year.
Yes.
This one.
Molto buono.
The other,
No. If you think this oil is 1 year
that's
old,
about age.
so
This is 1 year old. So maybe there is the deprivation of, don't say 4, but some of the original amount of polyphenols, but still is very clear. As you teach me, it's very important to have polyphenols as a basic of Mediterranean diet, as a supporting of vegetarian foods. Finally, I need just a few more minutes.
yes, it's
Please, I
ask
you the
Coratina.
maximum concentration for it. Is the last one.
Questo è l'ultimo.
Yes.
Dove?
Numero 4, number 4. I ask you, please, the maximum concentration. No, now you act as very active. Yes, very good. You don't have the blue glass that you are doing. So smell, close your eyes, concentrate. And
coming from
I hope my voice don't bother you. Yes. And when you have, try to feel bitterness, astringency, pungency, remove the sensation to concentrate on the aromatic flavor. Try to concentrate on the aromatic flavor. And please, all of you, write down at least one aromatic attribute, at least one, the first that you feel. Feel free, but just write down or
Floria, like Floria, something like that.
okay. All right, then I will ask maybe around the table. Okay, we are close to the everybody is particolare questo. C'è un altro? No. No.
Do you like this one? Last one? Yeah.
Okay, you feel something that is unusual?
Yes. Yeah, the last one.
Okay, so give a name to this unusual, maybe.
It's a completely.
Anybody? Florence?
Sweet.
Sweet. Okay.
Sweet.
Yes, sweet aroma, not sweet sensation,
No.
but sweet aroma. Very good.
Sweet.
Anything else? It's not easy, but it's just an experience to try to find in your brain this is the connection. Okay, oh, sorry. Okay, for the expert, this is berries.
Berries.
Berries. For me,
No.
that are not an expert, is like apple, between apple, floral, fruity floral. I cannot go, but it is peculiar of this variety that is mineral, that is these flavors that is more mild, sweet, I mean covering in some way, and this I wanted to show you with just 4 extra virgin olive oil, the range of possibility that is possible to find. Then you can get acquainted with them, go and find your preferred extra virgin olive oil, and this was the meaning of this presentation. Again, it's from Mark. This is, sorry, I can't. So to finish, these hands-on laboratories have been applied also in nutrition. Since we work directly with the older people and we ask them to taste, of course, not directly from the glass, but on the bread. Just to feel from the bread is also easy to take care of. And they are involved in recognizing mostly the bitterness, but it's already good for them. Be confident with bitterness, with pungency. We did also experiment, as you see, with the smell sensation, and according to the literature, they were more active, more efficient in describing and perceiving the smell, but was our satisfaction in the happiness when it's, oh, this is mine, oh, this is almond. They were very happy. Almond didn't recognize it. But they're very happy to be involved, to have a brain stimuli, but also a sensory stimuli.
So the panel test should be made with the 1 year old olive oil. Huh?
No, you can do it
every time.
Maybe 6 months after the harvesting. General. In April, May, there are a lot of evaluations of extra virgin olive oil.
So after,
few months just to stabilize the crop.
Are you looking for some volunteers?
Yes. Oh, yes. Any collaboration, Stefania knows is open to you to finish. Or just what we are doing now. I mean that there is still to explore the world of extra virgin olive oil. So from the 2-dimensional spider plot, we are moving to the dynamics, since the first approach could be bitterness, then grass, then pungency. There is not a flat sensation. It's sensation that is stimulating you for several seconds, 1 minute or more. So we have the software and the knowledge for working in this direction. Also for persistence of, is not just a sensation, but also persistence of different sensation afterwards. We have this good collaboration just started inside Nutrage with the Institute of Clinical Physiology of Pisa, Dr. Tonacci and Billecci, that had some of us as a taster of not explicit reactions that mean heartbeat and also the activation of some brain areas that are connected to pleasure or to anxiety and so on. For us, it's a great experience, but I hope that we can continue this collaboration with this. Quite purpose to finish, our aim is also to work on the augmented reality, since the information that I provided you, like today, can be provided more consistently and so on through a visor that give you all this information, okay, and is consistent completely for all the participants to this. And it's nice, mostly young people like to do this better than be here listening and so on, but they are in the supported virtual world that is very appreciated by them, young generation, medium generation, everybody, let's say. Okay, thank you. That's all. If you have questions, I thank also Giuseppe and you that helped. Thank you very much. I think that everything is safe from the.
Stefano, I have a question.
Yes.
So, of course, everything depends on variety by variety. So these are of course, but also the processing, because now recently, also by using the leaves, including which became merged with fruits, can be support or can be more strong. Some effect.
Yeah, I answer from the microphone, so yes. Now there is a lot of studies about the bioactive compounds present in the leaves. Actually, for the legislation, is not possible to add the leaves to extra virgin olive oil. It became another product, but from the point of view of healthy properties, maybe is a possibility.
Polyphenol than fruits.
Yeah.
That means sometimes the leaves can be merged with the fruits and then it can be extracted.
Yeah.
And then can have some effect on the final product.
And as related to circular economy, it will be very important to recover the bioactive compounds from the leaves, from olive meal waste that are toxic for the environment. If you so it is an important issue for health, but also for environment sustainability. That's right.
So the first is Coratina. This is
Coratina for
Apulia.
Coratina forever.
Poi io sono un coltivatore di Coratina. Sì. Sì.
No, anche a me la Coratina.
Ma alcuni non, guarda, veramente pizzica parecchio,
Sì.
però però si mantiene benissimo.
Sì.
Perché c'ha tanti polifenoli più sta.
Lo zero ma era fresco.
Lo zero
Era fresco comunque, mentre gli altri erano un anno di età. Il primo era fresco. Ho detto che il primo era fresco da una settimana ed aveva un profumo diverso.
Adesso non ve l'ho fatto assaggiare perché quando lo assaggi.
Bene.
Ho sentito l'amaro della striscetta e proprio non l'ho sentito. Poi dopo un po', forse, però...
Sì, anch'io all'inizio.
Niente.
No, la striscetta no, molto poco. No, molto poco, dopo, più tardi. C'era il 3 che ci hai somministrato, c'era una Coratina che effettivamente l'amaro come arrivava subito.
Non è detto, la scienza
So this was the first testing experiment for
Interesting.
Oggi ci sono tanti stimoli che vanno diversi.
Sempre.
Però è
si mangia
interessante,
più.
lo facciamo spesso anche con gli studenti. E dice, ma qualcuno di voi abbia dato di quello neuro, perché se no loro mentono. Vi ha dato qualcuno, sì, a me è toccato quello, non sai niente, sei pronto. No.
Senti, e questi mix, questi blend che fanno di olio.
Ah, vabbè, per venire incontro ai consumatori che non amano, che non amano, no, volevo dirmi lo stesso, il discorso anche dosato, tu hai un canale, qualcuno dice diminuisci le calorie, ma non è che interessa molto le calorie, queste robe. Metti poche cose che danno questo.
Esatto.
Poi non dico la questione dovresti usare come qual è mettere mezzo per il veggiato. 100% grasso.
Sempre 9,
Sì, sì, sì. No, però pensiero per avere la sensazione voglio che no. Sì. Io non l'ho usata pesca sicuramente. Però non ci sì, 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 quella da tavola la conosco bene. Palestina, diciamo, il carico con il rispetto all'opera, ma credo che sia superiore. No, la veste che io è inferiore a quella dei negri, anche se più fianchi sul fronte grossi. Devo come margine, come ricavo del prodotto. Si vede. No, a volte sono quello di però attaccare la nostra, avanzando tutta la parte che se ne parla queste sono cose che delle varietà esistenti noi funziona avere l'uso ci sono questi alberi secolari monumentali mi dispiace vedere quindi avevo dovuto possono essere
anche per un futuro spread, magari pensare in grande, però se ci fosse la possibilità di fare un piccolo studio pilota, io mentre ci volere il cibo, vedere che non è magari vedere a livello del cerebrale.
Sì, non riconoscete.
No, non in modo, solo magari davanti a qualche libro, però l'impressione
cioè se non ce l'hai esperimento
I don't know, I'm very interested in just avoid the trouble, you know, this is try. I mean, you know, Oggi sono pronta per perfetto. Non puoi spiegare right? No, it's here.
We're back to Venice, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is a lot of work to try and summarize, but
Yeah, I have a lot of things to reply to, and I never managed to do them in that because it was quite but I wouldn't be transparent to work. I feel like I'm going to eat my lunch quickly and come back and do it. Oh, high drama. They
what happened? Everything is.
No way. My winter one was not great. Well, it's Sunday world news, so not great repertoire. Yeah, money laundering, millions. So she's how is she going to well, she can keep him, but she long term so she's going to have to try so she's shocked. She's the best shock.
They're trying to sort of act normal for the child in the middle of it.
Molti sono qui dalla sala, in fatto sono in pausa. Ok. Sì, va bene, perfetto. Ok, grazie mille, grazie. Ciao.
I really enjoyed the presentation.
What? Sorry?
I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thanks.
It was
A lot of work.
It was lovely.
Yeah, lots of work.
I was thinking, how long does that all take you to do?
5 years.
Oh, but you have lots of stuff coming out now.
Yeah. We worked a lot together,
Yeah.
of course, otherwise,
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
team, also the clinicians, because the
Yeah.
biologists for the analysis,
yeah.
I mean. And also there's the coordination.
And where'd you
of this
get
team.
funding for that, for it?
Public funding
Funding.
from
Okay,
the
great,
government,
great.
from the, yeah. But it's hard,
Yeah.
because it's a really hard competition. I mean, you
Yeah.
have to write a paper, project really
Yeah.
with impact and with originality.
Yeah.
But I applied in 2006. And then I got the funding in 2008. So 2 years later. Yeah, from the, it's a grant from the Italian Ministry of Health.
All right, very good.
Similar to the NUR, but the NUR is for the research and university. And there is another department, another ministry, which is only for health.
Health, okay.
So this is a kind of health project.
Yeah, I will send you that paper because you
Yes,
could,
I really want to try.
It's a protein you can measure in the fecal samples. You could measure if you still have some fecal
But
samples.
it's expensive because the point is that I don't have money anymore.
I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's, because there's only one protein.
Only one.
I don't know. And then there is, you could measure LPS in the blood. Is what they did in this. I'll send it to you. You can
Yeah,
have a look.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I can speak with my colleagues
Yeah.
because we stored, still we have stool
Yeah.
samples to do metagenomics and hopefully also metabolomics.
Yeah.
And so, yes.
Professor Machi wanted us to take a picture all together. So in 5 minutes, we're going outside the reception.
Okay.
I go to the toilet.
If I can put it in further in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But can I then just say in the same slide that, so I'm just going to talk about mechanisms together that this about the intervention is actually
Looks like it's changing.
looks
as
like it's changing.
well. Yeah, perfect.
So that will
Yeah.
be-
Yeah. What you see your email now, but it's like, but you're okay. You can manage it.
Yeah.
It's
Something wrong.
Oh, it's charging now.
It's pretty charged now.
Yeah.
It's really weird. But it's easy here. This here the update. I tried to do that.
I tried
3 times as well,
Yeah.
and
It's
it's not
always
updating.
let me, but yeah, I don't mind because I didn't want to be on the Wi-Fi in the Airbnb now for the weekend trying to do an update, so I just done it there.
I think it's maybe something to do with that it wasn't able to connect to
To
the
the-
Queen's network
oh,
or something.
yeah.
But it's weird the way the touchpad's not working.
Yeah. But it's probably once you go home and do the update, your touchpad.
Yes, horrible. I'm on your transfer. I just extended myself on your transfer. That's okay.
That's perfect. I think
Wow, she's. I'm gonna transfer tomorrow from here. I'm not staying here.
it's perfect.
I just hopeful.
I'll have to figure out where I'm going.
No,
That's one exactly. That's what I'm doing here now. One thing at a time.
Provvediamo tipo alla cucineretta, provvediamo che certo la vogliono fare fuori di alla reception, quindi ti porti la sigaretta, tutto in linea con causa, eccetera. Quindi praticamente ma tu non devi venire perché dovrei essere impegni. Ci stiamo riunendo per la Hello? The photo. Ah, right, okay. We're ready. You're ready? Okay. Maybe. I woke up pretty fair. We got all of you there.
Okay, welcome back. And we've been told that we have to strictly stay within the time frame because some people have the transfer to the train or the airport at 4 sharp. So we'll I just want to say that I found all the discussions and the presentation extremely interesting. I'm very grateful to the ProMedCog because it is this project that has given us the opportunity to discuss and to create, I believe, very positive interaction and synergistic potential collaborations with the other initiatives that we mentioned. And the last session before the conclusions by Claire is devoted mainly to, let's say, stakeholders or partnership that can be developed or initiated or reinforced from now on with all the projects and the ongoing initiatives that have not been presented up to now, such as the whole grain initiatives and other national and international projects that might be discussed in this 1 hour time frame. We have put some names here of people that would be invited to express the comments or whatever vision about potential future collaborations that could be started and implemented after this conference. But of course, the discussion is open to the all tables. And so I would turn now the microphone to Federica. You have it, so you don't need to.
Okay, good afternoon to all. Thank you for your presentation, very interesting. I would like to share with you before to start this round table some evidence from scientific literature that Mediterranean countries are moving away from Mediterranean diet. We know that in the general population there is a low or middle adherence to Mediterranean diet. We are moving, we are adhering to a Western diet characterized from ultra-processed food. We know also that in the general population there is a poor nutrition literacy and knowledge. And also we know that these issues are more prevalent in our young generation. Our young generation tend to eat junk food, tend to eat out of home, and have no idea or little ideas about the relationship between nutrition and health. So I think these are premises that we are to take in consideration when we propose action and activities to increase awareness about the relationship about nutrition and aging, healthy aging. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Federica. Should we follow and start with the list of scientists that we have invited for this general discussion? So I would ask Elena Azzini from the Council for Agricultural Research and Economics to comment and
yes. Thank you, Stefania. I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting, and to all of you for sharing your data and for your interesting presentation. And what do you need for increasing awareness among scientists and general population? We're talking about the data came from study on older adults affected by dementia. And this is important because is need to collect and upgrade and improve knowledge and improve databases for health care of these patients. But it's important, probably as Federica said, that the younger generation improve their compliance to Mediterranean diet for preventing the onset of dementia. And I think that is important. And so in this sense, it's important to perform workshop also to public workshop dedicated to general population. And I think so. And thank you again to all of you.
Okay. If anyone has comments or something to add to what Elena said, feel free to. I mean, it's not a structure,
yes,
rigidly carried out section.
So I have a comment. We've been talking about culinary medicine, and I think, and I refer to Switzerland, where I come from, there is training at school on cooking. I've talked about that with a few of you. I think I'm from France. I've never seen that in France. I think it's very interesting, very relevant, very clever, because I don't know what they cook. My kids are too small, so I've not gone through it, but I know there is cooking session. So learn to cook to kids. I think it's relevant for the future, because here we're talking about elderly population, but it's a bit late maybe, although it's still useful and still beneficial, of course. But I think the younger generation prepare the future, and we need to learn, to teach them how to cook, because I think they lost the knowledge. We lost the knowledge among the population. So let's go back to the roots and put cooking course at school. I think that's, we can take the example of Switzerland.
That's fine.
I don't know if in Italy there is cooking course in school, but probably it's worth to add.
Well, if I might comment on this, I believe that cooking classes are activities that really can create such a feeling across different culture, different age group, different whatever variable you can think of. And I start realizing this with my students. I teach Mediterranean diet in an international course in the University of Padua that attract students from all over the world to learn about Italian food and wine. This is the master class. And I organize for them a field trip to Puglia with several activities. One of them is to learn how to make orecchiette, which is a typical pasta from Puglia. And I can tell you the feeling of these students having the one from US making orecchiette with the Chinese, with the Indian guy, you can really feel like they are becoming friends. And this is really a very, very beautiful experience from, from a cultural point of view. And that's why I'm trying to stress the idea that cooking classes, even more than physical activities or reading books and commenting and so, is something that can really create a strong bond across different. So it's something that we should really perceive in different environment. The school, definitely, but also in the working place, because not so much in South Europe, but in Northern European countries and in the States and Canada, there are the well-being programs in the working places, and the well-being program, again, are all focused on increasing the interactions and so, but cooking is never included in this. So it's something that we should really stress and promote. Yeah.
They also have the kitchen in the working places. So
right,
as in Karolinska, but also in the other places. So this is a way to create,
Right. And the Puglia offers a lot of opportunity because there are, I don't remember how do you call that, areas, come si chiamano, I distretti, where there are these places with the kitchen where you can organize courses, and we will do during the conference that we are organizing next March of comparing Mediterranean diet with the Chinese traditional diet. We are also planning a section on this cooking experience in one of these public places, which is very interesting. Distretto Buono.
We have the regional district on agro-foods.
Right.
Okay. It's a time of Prof. Lo Greco of CNR. Please.
So thanks. I like just to make some thought about what has been presented so far. So I was impressed about the quality and the high scientific level of these talks. So I appreciate so much. Also, because they touch different points, including a different project. So I like to underline this importance of some topic, particularly from my perspective, from my point of view, the importance of nutrition gut microbiome. That is really very challenge. But what I like to underline is the terms of Mediterranean diet is quite well established in terms of heritage, in terms of, but I think that we can have in front of us a big challenge by using a new technology, because we have so many now, so have a lot of facilities in terms of knowledge. And I think that these terms, Mediterranean diet, can be really tackle different challenge, different goals by using new technology, new advanced facilities in terms of, for example, medical use of a Mediterranean diet. So what has been done for dementia, I think that can be done for other specific disease. So we can, I don't know if it exists or not, but we can just thinking about some guideline for some specific other human disease. Why not? So this is just dementia, as is we saw that is working quite well. And then, because I think Mediterranean diet is fundamental for good health, for healthy, particularly for the age, for the age people. And one more thing that I was I just developed my mind is okay, Mediterranean diet is located in Mediterranean basin, of course, but we can also have at the global level other different culture like China. You know, I'm working in China now, and then I think that we can merge. We can try to share some knowledge, some technology, in order to challenge for in global perspective. And then, because China are very interesting to work with us, with the Western culture. They are very, very motivated. So, and they have also a lot of traditional foods, traditional diet, and also a lot of technology. I put behind the political point of view because I don't want to enter in from political point, but I think there is a good challenge, good opportunity to create a good links between our knowledge in Mediterranean diet and Chinese knowledge in traditional medical. Because for example, I have a good contact with medical health institutes. So they a lot of work very well about use of medical herbs for human health. So there is a lot of study. So I think that we can share different knowledge. So this can be a good perspective, also in terms of developing project together, and also in in the future we can get some possible opportunity.
Yes, and I absolutely fully share your view. And to add to this, what we were mentioning yesterday with Antonia Tricopoulos, she is very much interested also in collaboration again with China. She organized a few months ago a conference between the Academy of Science in Greece and the Academy of Chinese Academy of Science, looking at the comparability of typical herbs and spices in the Mediterranean diet with some apparently completely different from China, but looking at the bio compounds and seeing what could be, you know, the differences and the similarities. So I think it is indeed an extremely interesting approach for the future, particularly because also from the cultural point of view, they are the two most traditional and long life cuisine that
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, is just go on practically. So the Nutrage is still running. So this is probably, I don't know if we'll finish at the end of the April or it's longer. But anyway, so I think that if we can try, no, we can try. So we intend to organize the final conference for Nutrage. For that occasion, for that conference, probably we can organize a bilateral meeting between China and Italy. And if you like, so we can also join, we can invite also other projects, you and the other, to join this conference in order to sharing the knowledge and the outcomes, and then look for possible opportunity. Yeah, I don't know, this is just an idea, we can do it. Or we can form a delegation from Europe that can move, because you know, it's bilateral project is exchange of different groups, and I'm quite sure that can be very happy that a delegation from Europe can move in China to have some presentation or some meeting there, or vice versa. So this is.
Yeah, but I really think that also considering the comments that came out during this conference about the genetic components, having, you know, a broader approach to Europe and the Mediterranean diet within the European countries would be a very, very important approach. So it would definitely enrich the.
And then, as you know well, for this kind of study, I suppose that we need a lot of number in terms of patients, in terms of, and then I think is sharing these people, the number of the patients from China or from Europe or somewhere else. I think there is one strength our data in terms of statistic, in terms of outcomes. That is.
Yes, I think also we should look to see how we can exploit the data sets that are currently emerging from these different countries. So, for example, China, they have their longitudinal aging study, but the protocols are pretty similar to the Northern Ireland cohort on longitudinal aging and the Southern Ireland cohort on longitudinal aging and other global cohorts. So, and within those data sets, there's really rich data on, diet, lifestyle habits, and other health outcomes over time in the different populations. So, and they collect blood samples and genetic materials. So potentially there's ways in which we can, talking about harmonizing data sets, I'm sure you don't want to hear about that anymore, Federica, but potentially there's ways in which we can start looking at commonalities, but also differences across different cultures and populations in regarding to successful aging, and learn from other countries and populations as well. And maybe it needs to be data driven and exploiting those large scale data sets that we already are collecting and are active in the field.
Yeah, true.
Antonio, who spends some time there every year now, I understand, on a regular basis, I think you would be in the best position to try to suggest also for some, if you are initiating some research, to take advantage of the protocols and activities that we are sharing in occasions such as this too.
Now, what I'd like, just my impression, this is my, so of course we have to know well, we have to define well our limits and their limits, because it's not easy to collaborate with Chinese people, Chinese researcher. So we have to define well. But once defined well, I think it should be very fruitful, should be very, and then just my impression is that in the past, the Chinese learn from us. But I think now probably we can learn something from Chinese because they are very smart and have a lot of technology, a lot of facilities, a lot of budget, and they have a lot of things. It's impressive. So I think that we can.
But from an agriculture point of view, UNESCO, when they decided to define intangible patrimony of humanity, define 3 species present in different states of Mediterranean area: olive, grain, and grape. And starting from here, we decline all specific and agriculture type and products derived from this species, agricultural species. Probably China use rice, for example, regarding cereal, but I don't know if they use grape or olive oil in their habitual dietary pattern.
No, I don't.
Define.
No, yeah, no, but my idea is they cultivate grapes and olive. They really have a good olive oil and the grape. But my opinion, my idea is not to make the same thing. So we can compare different style of life, different diet. And then that is because we have to respect the right. We don't want. But for example, I'm just curious to know about the gut microbiome. For example, between these population are the same or not. There are so many things that we can with more specific markers. So on. I don't know.
We have a common ground. They are behind of us.
Yeah.
We have a common ground. From our point of view is the Mediterranean diet. From their point of view is traditional Chinese cuisine. And I think we can work together to compare the efficacy is in the prevention of a common disease, because I think mental diseases are quite common also in China, and other non-communicable diseases are quite common. So we have a common ground on which we can work together. If we can, you know, I don't like very much the actual CNR organization, but in last year CNR is improving its efforts in the context of science diplomacy. And I think our European science community has should improve the efforts towards bridging knowledges among different cultures. And I think on these topics we can find a good collaboration with the Chinese.
Yeah, I don't know if it already exists. This is just, but if not, so we can start. We can see step by step what's happening.
Maybe with the bilateral according, or I don't know in English, accordi bilaterali. We have these accordi bilaterali in CNR with the exchanges, or to create some laboratory there.
Chinese Academy of Sciences.
Well, there is no, yeah, this is one possibility, but I don't think this is the big problem in terms of they are very open to invite people from Europe as expert in China. So there is really.
You were right saying that we have now a clear idea on what we want to develop with Chinese colleagues.
Yeah,
we have, and on my opinion, all the topics related to traditional cuisine, traditional foods, and medicinal herbs, which are quite interesting, either in the context of Europe and China. On these topics, I think we could have good possibilities.
China is just an example, but we have many other countries. It's an example that comes easy for us because we are planning next conference with Chinese in March, but I think it's just an example. So thank you, Antonio. Would you like to say something, Michela?
Yeah. Influence some issues that came out from the conference, because there was some interesting data about patients with dementia, high risk of malnutrition, so disease-related malnutrition. Then we had some presentations about undernutrition, which mostly deals with food insecurity, so it's different. And then the topic of this last session is about healthy aging. And I was thinking about this approach that was developed by Aspen in the last 2 years, which is a human rights-based approach, which is called nutrition is a human right. Which has been endorsed by several scientific societies international. And it's based on the right to health, and so also the right to the proper diet and food to preserve and to maintain and achieve a health status. And I thought that the Mediterranean diet is an example of this food approach, which is however, mostly applied to disease-related malnutrition and not in prevention. So I think this could be an aspect that could be discussed and proposed, perhaps. And second, thinking about dissemination, There is the Optimal Nutrition Care for All campaign, which is a campaign that is within ENA and is a multi-stakeholder campaign to prevent malnutrition and for the right nutritional care approach. And it involves many stakeholders, but for scientific and for plant societies, 20 countries are represented, and for Italy's impact is within the campaign. So there are many initiatives, but especially there is a section on the website that is devoted to the good practices for each country. So if some good practices, I don't know, the Mediterranean diet guideline is developed by Italy, then it can be proposed and it can be put on the website. From this point of view, I think it would be very useful to develop some practical tools to be used not just by healthcare professionals, and I especially also students or from different disciplines, but especially for primary care. I think there is that is a special area of colleagues that should be actively involved, and there are already some initiatives and webinars and papers dedicated to them. So I think that this could be an area of interest and involvement among different targets.
Very much. And you mentioned also during the break about these tools available for
who is the ESPEN secretary, and Maurizio Muscaritoli, who are the leaders of this initiative, which is called the Nutrition Education in Medical Schools. So they collect data and surveys about the different curricula and nutrition in the different curricula. And they also developed some slide kits, so you can access them and use them for students in medicine, but not also in medical schools, about different topics. There is one about ethics in nutrition, which is really interesting, I think, because it's not our specialty, so sometimes it's hard to apply an ethical-based approach to nutrition. It's very useful.
I think it's very important. And maybe we can move to Avar. And I think Nestlé has also some educational tool for school. Am I correct? Or was it in Italy only?
They developed this nutrition academy because they developed, especially during COVID, they were very active. So they many webinars were held by Nestlé, but it's a nutrition, it's an industry-driven initiative. So it's not shared by scientific societies, although they made good choices. So there are many speakers who are really expert in the topics that are included. But it's a nutrition, it's industry-based initiatives. And also, I would like to mention one final thing. There is talking about MNI. There is annually there is actually a grant that is given to a country that is awarded during the ESPEN Congress, and is given to a project with a wide impact on dissemination for each country. Italy got it 2 years ago on a project about nutrition in oncology, so spreading the importance of malnutrition among oncologists. So every year there is a call. The deadline is at the end of May, and the proponent, a project with huge impact on the national on the nation from a nutrition point of view can be proposed. SIMPA has to endorse, and then there is the final assignment in the ESPN Congress.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thanks for allowing me to talk about World Grain Initiative. So I'm here on behalf of this global association. So just to remind you what it is, so it's a global collaboration from, well, we have scientists from all over the world that are gathering together for the promotion of whole grain. So it's scientists, health organization, but also industry stakeholders, as I am actually, you highlighted. So I'm leading the food policy working group in World Grain Initiative, but we have plenty of working group to advance science on whole grain. And actually, there is a scientific consensus on benefit of whole grain. Whole grain is part of Mediterranean diet, as you know. And actually, it's been shown that it's the more you eat whole grain and the less you have risk of cardiovascular disease, also type 2 diabetes, and you can also help to better manage your weight. So people that tend to eat more whole grain are less overweight. So there's a lot of benefits. I checked before this conference if there's any benefit directly on cognitive health. I didn't find any conclusive data, but there is some tendency. I think it's worth to deep dive. And anyway, cognitive health is linked to cardiovascular health and also type 2 diabetes. If there's no diabetes, there is better health for sure. So it's, no doubt that whole grain is also beneficial for cognitive health. So, but what are the barriers for the consumers to understand the benefit of whole grain? Is the first thing that we are pursuing within the Whole Grain Initiative is the definition of whole grain. So, because there is no common ground on what means whole grain. Maybe you never ask yourself what it means, but it may mean different things depending on the culture, depending on the countries, on the communication. So if we don't know what whole grain means, then there might be confusion for consumers. So we are pursuing that definition. So we're working on the ISO standard right now. So it's an industry standard. So it's not always fully recognized by authorities. So the next step will be Codex. The ISO standard will be published next year. So it's really, we are close to finalize that. And then based on the ISO standard, we will kick off a Codex group, working group. So for those who don't know, so Codex is kind of international standard in case the authorities do not have regulation. Like, well, in Europe, we have the European Commission that regulates. But in some countries like Africa, they don't have the capacity to have regulation, so they would follow Codex. So if there's a Codex standard, then they would follow that standard rather than anything else. So we need this definition. We need the Codex standard. So based on the ISO, there's a good chance that then we will have a Codex standard, but it takes like 4 to 5 years. So if you wish, I don't know, in this audience, if you wish to join World Grain Initiative to help us in this objective, you're more than welcome. So you can just type World Grain Initiative website and you find all the information, or you can just come to me and give me your details, and I can share with the Secretariat. So it's open to anyone, any scientist, any industry, to join World Grain Initiative. So, and why definition is so relevant is also because we've tried to recommend whole grain in the dietary recommendation from different governments, but they are pushing back as well. Well, they don't want to include clear dietary recommendation because there is no dietary intake defined for whole grain either. So first we need the definition, then we will have the dietary recommendation that could be included in the dietary, the government recommendation. And maybe some health claim that might be the latest objective, I would say. Because if you have a health claim on a whole grain, then consumer might understand better what you mean, why it's beneficial for them. So today we have oat, which is approved as a health claim, oat beta-glucan, but for the other whole grain, there's nothing. Even though the epidemiology behind generic whole grain is clear, it's beneficial. So, but the authorities don't want to communicate clearly. So yeah, so first thing, definition, I would say, it's on its way. And then dietary intake recommendation. So we have a group within Whole Grain Initiative on dietary intake recommendation, trying to figure out what's the best recommendation for consumer as well. Like fiber, we know it's around 30 grams, but what about whole grain? So there are some recommendations in US, they say 48 grams. In Lancet report, they say 232. So you see the gap between the two. So until we have something clear, it's difficult also to communicate something to consumer and tell them, okay, have a certain number of portions per day will help you to be in a healthier stage. So that's something else we're pursuing within Whole Grain Initiative. We also have a group on economical benefits. So there have been studies showing that whole grain can reduce the cost of health in different countries. There have been studies in Australia, in US, in Finland, in Europe. So if you want, again, all the data is on the Whole Grain Initiative. So if you want to use a deep dive in this data. And I have also bring some, the fact sheet. We've built a fact sheet with Whole Grain Initiative on all the benefits of whole grains. So the scientific benefits and the healthcare cost reduction, possibly. So I've printed some if you want. And it's also available on the Whole Grain Initiative website, because I may not have enough. I didn't know how many people would join today, so I just printed 10 copies. So everything is in there. It's kind of a summary. But what could we do? What action on the whole grain side? Honestly, I think first, the definition. I think it's really crucial to unlock all the opportunities on whole grain. So this is on its way. And if you want to join next year, we will kick off this Codex group. So you're more than welcome. But also, I think when we will get this definition, also the research can be well compared, right? If we all use the same definition to assess the data and to build the study, then the research result will be very significant and comparable. So that's also beneficial for scientific people working in the area of whole grain and whole grain effect on health. So what else to say? Yeah, there's also, if you want to join the International Whole Grain Day, it's next week, the 19th of November. It's open to everybody. It's a virtual event. It's hosted at the European Parliament. So you can go again on the website, Whole Grain Initiative, and register, and you can join this event. And the title is Embracing Whole Grain for Healthier Generation. So it's clearly aligned with today's conference. So there will be different speech and speech from actually the Director of Nutrition from World Health Organization, which is Francesco Branco, I believe. So he will talk about whole grain and the benefits on a healthy aging for the healthier population. So so if you have any comments on how to advocate further on whole grain, and if you want to join Whole Grain Initiative, please do not hesitate. You're more than welcome. So anybody is welcome to this initiative. And I think that's the main message I have.
Thank you very much. Yes,
I actually adhere to the initiative at the very beginning of the activities with the Mediterranean Diet Foundation. Then the meetings were usually late at night. So Roberto Volpe, who is the night guy, is representing the Mediterranean Diet Foundation, the CNR, the Society of Preventive Cardiology. He represents Italy because he's the only one who can connect late at night, and then he sends messages around midnight about the outcome of the meetings. But I was really very enthusiastic when the initiative started the activities because, first of all, I'm very supportive of networks that includes scientists, but also industry, because as I mentioned yesterday, if we want to make a difference, if we keep speaking just among scientists who adhere to this initiative, is because they are sensitive and positive about the role of whole grain in human nutrition. But if we really want to make a difference, we have to involve the industry, because they know what are the requests from the general population, how to use the marketing approach to change and address the main issues related to acceptance. And so I'm very, very positive, and that was one of the plus, in my opinion, about the initiative. Then there was the role of the economical approach that I remember there are probably, right.
Yeah.
Which is extremely important if we want to push the politicians to make some changes. So I think it is really a very, very relevant activity. And I'm sure that all the projects that we have discussed today would benefit from knowing more about the outcome of the activities carried out up to now.
And grains are staples, right? It's needed. It's the base of the food pattern since ages. So we cannot live without that, I guess.
Right.
It's the base of the agriculture. So indeed, that's crucial. That's crucial. But
Right.
what we recommend is switch to whole grain. In the past, we consume whole grain. We've been going through refined grain for tasty reason, or because it was easier to process, I guess. But whole grain can be processed as well and can be tasty, and it's more beneficial for health. So we should go back. We should return the situation. But there's need for advertisement, because people don't know what it is. They think maybe a high fiber product is whole grain, which is totally wrong. That can just be, added fibers, which is not the same. So there's a lot of communication to be done. And because I go back again to the lack of definition of whole grain, this is the core issue to unlock all the opportunities on whole grain. Well, that's what Whole Grain Initiative is pursuing. So I guess, in the future,
Well, just to support what you're saying, there was a student 2 years ago in my course who wanted to do his final dissertation on whole grains. And he was suggested by one of the professors in the university to go to an industry in Vicenza that apparently was supposed to produce only whole grains products. And there was really absolutely no way it could be recognized according to the few standard as an industry working on whole grain products. And so he didn't do the dissertation there. I mean, there is a lack of knowledge, lack of fake news, and this is one of the areas where we should work the most, because the other aspect is that the Mediterranean diet itself, by definition, suggests whole grain products, but then from the practical point of view,
what is it? Yeah.
Right.
If you ask consumers, they will give you very different answers. Some people might think that there is whole grain in banana, Yeah. Or even in meat in the US. Well, there's no US people here, so that's fine. But I think meat is whole grain, so that's terrible, right? So they don't understand what it is. So yeah, there's a lack of communication from government as well. And again, back to school, there's a lack of education. I think people don't have knowledge of nutrition at all. What means nutrition, what means food, what is recommended. So if you start from there, then any communication is useless, right? So if you don't have the basic.
Okay, so do we have any more comments, suggestions? Otherwise, we move to the final part.
You want
with
some?
Claire.
This is 2 pages, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
You can pass over if you want to. Yeah. Oh, really? All right. Okay.
She started his research activity from here.
Ah, yeah, it's Italian, right? Yeah.
Yes. And then WHO.
Yeah. Okay, so join the World Wine event next week. You will listen. We will give the speech. So I'm passing the Whirlwind fact sheet. It's 2 pages for you to know. Don't take just one, it's 2. There's one sum up and then there are reference and pictures or graphs. So yeah, take the 2. And it's on the website if you it's a very good summary of the Whirlwind benefits. If you have questions also, I take the opportunity, people are silent. So if you have questions, just write directly to me as well.
This is a public.
It's public, yeah, it's on the website. It's on the website.
No, a public organization or is private organization? This all create.
It's funded by both public and private organization. Yeah, it's a bit of all funds.
I suppose that there are also big company, this private company that support this.
Ah, yes, sure. Yeah. So the subscription depends on the benefits of the company, actually. Many people can subscribe. If you're a private, if you're independent, it's free, actually. If you're a, retired, for instance, scientist and you want to join, we have plenty of, it's free. If you're part of an association or an industry, it depends on the benefits of the industry. An association, I guess it's not so much.
How many members are in?
It's a good question. I don't know. Maybe 100, probably.
What?
Maybe 100, I would say. I
100.
should check of members.
Yes.
I believe probably 100.
100.
Yeah. I need to check that. I don't know. I don't know exactly. We have quite a number of people here.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone. And I just want to say a huge thank you to Stefani Maggi and to CNR colleagues for hosting this meeting. I think it's been such a valuable meeting and great to exchange our ideas and the results from the projects that we are working on. And it'll be so interesting to hear the results from the different work packages from Nutrage as they become available. So I'm just going to summarize some of the conversations, I guess, that we have had over the last couple of days. And this is not working again. So, turn it on. No. That's it. Okay, so, okay, they're great. So I'm going to take it back to the beginning when we heard Professor Trapocolo remind us that we are living in a growing population, but a rapidly aging global population as well. 1/3 of our European population is going to be 65 years plus. That's a typo, by the way. I've done these slides up really quickly by 2030. And the fastest growth is expected in those who are aged 85 plus. We also need to know that it's not just about how long we live, it's about how many years we spend in good health. And at the moment, there's a huge gap between lifespan and health span. In Northern Ireland, I can tell you that this is around 20 years, and it's worse for females, and it's worse for people who live in lower socioeconomic status. And that probably applies to other countries as well. We've heard also about the Mediterranean diet and the fact that it's been rated as the best diet for healthy aging. And of course, we have to recognize that we use the term Mediterranean diet, but actually the traditional Mediterranean diet is steeped in culture and history. And it's not just about the foods, but it's also about the traditional methods that are used to prepare the ingredients and the dishes, and using seasonal and local produce. And of course, it is about those broader lifestyle factors like exercise, rest, conviviality, and they're all important as well. But however, the principles of the Mediterranean diet have been studied in other populations in other countries. And as we have been reminded as well, they can be translated to local context. And we heard Professor Trapocolo mention that it's called the planetarian diet, which I really like. So, so we've also heard that there are broad benefits of the Mediterranean diet. This is emerging from the scientific literature. Not only is it linked with longer life expectancy, but it can be a diet model that can potentially close that gap between health span and lifespan. So it's linked to better metabolic health, optimal weight, better blood sugar control, reduced risk of diabetes, better heart and circulatory health, 30% reduced risk of heart disease and stroke, and really helping to reduce blood pressure and cholesterol, and also inflammation in the body, and also better digestive health in terms of reduced constipation and more favorable gut microbiome. We're interested in better brain health, of course, and there is accumulating data to support Mediterranean diet in this field as well. And we heard earlier today that in terms of looking at all of the data pulled together in a meta-analysis, in people aged 60, the highest adherence to Mediterranean diet is associated with 11% reduction in the likelihood of developing dementia, and the protection is stronger for Alzheimer's disease. We also really have to think about how much food we have available to feed our growing population. And there's an increased emphasis on sustainability of diet. So it's not just about our human health, it's also about planetary health as well. And we also heard that Mediterranean diet is good for planetary health. It's been associated with reduced greenhouse gas emissions and reductions in water and land use. So it does represent both a sustainable and a healthy dietary pattern. When we think about dementia, it is really important that we think about the whole spectrum of the condition. So we should think of it as a chronic progressive brain disease. It begins well before symptoms emerge, probably midlife onwards. And it begins in a very subtle way in terms of a preclinical phase, where people may themselves recognize small changes in their memory and thinking functions, but are not always detectable on objective cognitive testing. So thinking about subjective memory complaints, and then progressing onwards to mild cognitive impairment. And then within dementia, we often have not just cognitive functions being affected, but also functional decline, significant functional decline, where it affects the ability to perform everyday tasks. And again, across this spectrum, there will be heterogeneity because there will be different comorbidities that we need to think about as well. So when we think about nutrition, we do need to think about where we are across this spectrum for dementia, and from the prevention through to treatment and maintenance. So from prevention, I think there is pretty much strong evidence that for people who are cognitively intact, that adopting a Mediterranean diet can help to slow cognitive decline, largely through control of cardiovascular risk factors. And also because it is a very nutrient-dense diet, so it does provide those rich unsaturated fats, omega-3 fatty acids, multiple antioxidant nutrients, and also anti-inflammatory bioactives that make up that whole dietary pattern. And therefore, it does also promote a healthy microbiome. So I think at a population level, we do need to think about how we get people to adopt a Mediterranean diet. I think we heard earlier just in the comments today that we have to begin earlier in life, really to have any impact or the greatest impact on our brain health as we get older. When we move into more the cognitive impairment side, we have to think about more individualized approaches, and that could be through correcting nutritional deficiencies, treating undernutrition and weight loss. And there's some data to suggest that even that undernutrition part needs to be thought about very early in the preclinical stages of dementia. So we discussed some of this earlier. If we are to have any impact at a population level, then we as scientists, we need to think about who we need to work with and how we need to collaborate together to have the most impact. So we do need to be working with food industry colleagues and people who actually produce the food that we buy and have a great influence on how things are marketed to the population. Stefania also mentioned that about Mediterranean guidelines. I think we definitely need Mediterranean guidelines, and it's great to see Italy sort of leading the way on this. But the principles of the Mediterranean diet need to be thinking about local context and different eating habits and preferences. So thinking about our country in Ireland is probably not the same as Italy or Greece. And so therefore, if we were to generate more local Mediterranean guidelines, they do need to consider the types of foods that people prefer to eat, but are aligned with the principles of the Mediterranean diet. The population strategies and policies, we really need to help people to change towards the Mediterranean diet in low agency ways. So our environment at the moment is very obesogenic. It promotes processed, high fat, high sugar options. How can we change that situation where we make the better choice, the easy choice for our population? And that needs to think about changing the environment. So it's like Stefania mentioned earlier about changing things like vending machines, how things are promoted in supermarkets, and the types of foods we provide in even care institutions. And then also increasing access to nutrient-dense and palatable foods that people like to eat. It does require those food technology innovations, and it's so exciting to hear the work that Nutriage is going to be doing on that to create functional foods that can be easily digestible, that maximize bioavailability of the nutrient content. We also need to think about all the changes that take place that affect nutritional intake and status, and these happen at the very early stages, in the clinical stages of dementia, before symptoms of dementia become apparent. So changes to the hypothalamus damage, altered appetite hormones, reduced taste and olfactory function, altered food preferences. There's inflammation, and not just systemic inflammation, but neuroinflammation that can lead also, and all of these factors can lead to early satiety and have impacts on appetite. We also see some dysregulation of nutrient synthesis and nutrient absorption. And of course, the dysbiosis of the gut microbiome is really important consideration as well. And in the later stages, and Linda pointed this out earlier, that in the later stages of dementia, there can, as the cognition deteriorates and physical function deteriorates, that affects the ability to shop, cook, prepare, and eat meals. People can forget to eat. There's increased prevalence of dysphagia, requiring texture modification of the diet. And we also see increasing psychological and behavioral symptoms that can all have a significant influence on nutritional status, but will be heterogeneous. So it would depend on the person. And this is what we have to figure out a way where we can assess that appropriately and also come up with interventions that would help improve nutritional status across that spectrum. So Linda and Dorothy Volkert have updated the guidelines for ESPEN and on nutrition and hydration in dementia. It's great to see hydration is included in that because it is extremely important when it comes to cognition, but also other broader health impacts of aging. Like, for instance, one of our nursing homes in Northern Ireland are concerned about hydration status primarily because of the increased risk of urinary tract infections, which actually cause people to go into hospital more regularly from care homes. And that's a huge expense as well, not just to the individual, but also to the care home. So there's reasons beyond dementia that we need to be thinking about optimizing nutrition and hydration. So just to summarize some of the recommendations, there's recommendations at an organizational level. They need to be employing policies and procedures to ensure that patients with dementia are looked after by suitably qualified staff, and they offer attractive food and drinks with choice in a functional and appealing environment. And then at the individual level, we really just need to implement more routine screening for malnutrition and dehydration, and also maximize oral nutrition support rather than artificial nutrition support. And that can be supported by thinking about all of the different determinants of malnutrition. Again, it's going to be heterogeneous, so it needs to be an individualized assessment. And the conclusions really on all stages of the disease, supporting food and drink intake and maintaining or improving nutrition and hydration status does require an individualized and a comprehensive approach. But we have to remember that most of these guidelines are based on consensus and good practice points. We do need to generate some scientific evidence base behind the optimization of nutrition and hydration for people with any type of dementia. That brings us to the ProMedCog project. So you will remember that this was funded under the Joint Programming Initiative, A Healthy Diet for a Healthy Life. And what we wanted to do was understand better the links between undernutrition, cognitive decline, and dementia, and also see if a protein-enriched Mediterranean diet and exercise intervention could prevent undernutrition and promote cognition. So this is some data from the Nut Brain study showing that, and it's probably it's quite a large neuroimaging study actually. So what we can see here is that Mediterranean diet is protective, not in the whole sample, but when it's stratified by sex, we can see a protective effect of Mediterranean diet on brain atrophy in females. And we didn't see any added benefit of the exercise when combined with the Mediterranean diet in that sample. We also see that undernutrition accelerates cognitive decline and increases dementia risk. So we heard from Adele earlier around the pooled cohort study, where we actually were able to look at prevalence of undernutrition using the GLIM criteria, which was over 14% in the Italian cohorts, and about 1 in 3 people, 85 years plus, are undernourished, defined on the GLIM criteria. So they have an increased risk of cognitive deterioration and actually increased risk of dementia when compared to those who are well nourished. We also see that body weight trajectories also influence cognitive decline, and this is for people who are aged 50 through to older age. So if you have a stable body weight at age 50 and you maintain that through to older age, then your cognition is more likely to remain intact. If you have an increasing body weight and you're female, it is likely you have greater odds of cognitive decline. And for both men and women, if you have decreasing body weight from the age of 50 onwards in a trajectory, then you are more likely to experience cognitive decline. We then tested out whether we could improve the situation by intervening with a high protein Mediterranean diet and exercise intervention. And as I pointed out, the exercise compliance was not great in the intervention, but the dietary compliance was extremely good. Not for the first 3 months of the intervention, where we provided a lot of support, but then it was maintained into 6 months, where the participants were left to their own situation. So they were able to maintain the changes. And what we found that high protein diet was acceptable in older adults and significantly improved their nutritional status and their cognitive physical function, and also their quality of life. So broad health benefits from improving nutritional status in quite a vulnerable and early stage a group of older adults in Northern Ireland. And this is starting to get into some of the mechanistic data. And this was a great example from Lorraine and from Federica about utilizing the nut-brain cohort, which Federica has described earlier, and utilizing the stored blood samples to conduct metabolomic analyses. I'm really starting to think, well, are there metabolites in the blood that are being influenced by Mediterranean diet and how they link into cognition? And there were particular lipid metabolites that were shown, in particular that LPC-C24 that was shown to Mediterranean diet was shown to reduce that level of a metabolite in the blood, which also can potentially improve cognition. But interestingly, we're also saying that this responded to the ProMed diet intervention. So that's really trying to strengthen the mechanistic work from cohort studies through to intervention research. And then really interesting work again from Federica today around really trying to disentangle the gut-brain connection, which we feel is very important because we know it has an impact on inflammation, potentially amyloid accumulation in the brain, but also one of the main modulators of the gut microbiome is diet. And Federica showed us today that high adherence to a healthy lifestyle and an antioxidant diet was significantly correlated with not just greater gut biodiversity, but also better brain integrity in terms of those brain volumes. So greater the biodiversity of the gut microbiota and the greater the integrity of the brain in that cohort study. So then just to summarize, what we have found or what we talked about today is that both decreasing body weight and undernutrition defined according to the Glim criteria are associated with accelerated cognitive decline and dementia. We see that Mediterranean diet alone and in combination with physical activity is protective against cognitive decline in older people with higher socioeconomic status in particular, and reduces the likelihood of developing brain atrophy in women. That's data from the Nut Brain study here in Italy. We also see that Mediterranean diet may offer protection by influencing metabolites that have been implicated in neuroinflammation and dementia pathways, and also by potentially improving the diversity of gut microbiota. In older adults, what we've shown very well is that providing personalized counseling to adopt a nutrient-dense diet, Mediterranean type diet, improved nutritional status and diet quality among older adults at increased risk of both undernutrition and cognitive decline. And using this food-based approach, we can improve nutritional status, but also we could potentially have broad functional benefits on cognition and physical performance and overall quality of life, and also in the metabolites implicated in those pathways, neurodegenerative pathways. So what do we need now? What are the gaps? Well, we do need to enlarge the trial evidence. We need to think about how we can replicate findings in other populations and other countries, and how we better study impact on cognition and potentially incident cognitive impairment. We need to consider how diet and potentially functional foods can work together and potentially be synergistic for benefits in terms of broader healthy aging outcomes. I think what we've shown today is that we can look at mechanistic studies in human data, but we need more replication studies and greater, I suppose, in-depth analysis of more functionality of gut microbiome rather than just at the sort of structural level. And I think we need to have more innovative strategies to enhance behavior change. And we talked about, I really enjoyed the presentation on culinary medicine and, those cooking skills and how they incorporate not just about changing dietary behavior, but it's actually using broader cognitive skills that can be potentially an intervention in itself, and then also in combining with social support. So I think those are really innovative strategies that could be very acceptable to older adults and could be really beneficial for cognition in particular. And then also, I think we also discussed, well, how do we improve health literacy? How do we communicate science in a better way? And how do we improve not just health literacy, but nutrition literacy, because there's so much misinformation out there. And that is, I think, the final summary. Yes. Okay. So.
I'm really impressed. Thank you very much. It is not only very comprehensive summary, really very, very relevant, but also I'm impressed with the quality of the slides. When I have to do a summary, conclusive remarks, I have my pieces of paper, both erased and partly written, and you had beautiful presentation. So thank you very much, Claire. And just the last word, I renew the opportunity, if you think like, to publish even just a short executive summary. And I'm not anymore the editor-in-chief, but as emeritus editor of the Aging Clinical Experimental Research, we would be really happy to post this. And this is just an opportunity that I think could be of interest. And your final conclusion can definitely be already the executive summary. So I really wish to thank you all. It has been a a wonderful meeting, and I'm very, very pleased. I'm sure it is the first of several others that we will follow. Next appointment where we really could reconvene would be this Mediterranean Diet Chinese conference next March in Puglia. And I will keep you updated about the program so that we can add sections and discuss about how to make the best of our experience and our sharing of the data available. Thank you again, and have a nice trip back home.
Thank you.